Sir, YouTube is live. Started to think.
Okay. Yesterday you could have done this, huh?
No, sir, I was not in.
No, yeah, you know, don't argue with this.
No, no.
Yes, yesterday you people are telling lie. Other day, when my students were here, I told in front of you both, it will go live on YouTube. कैमरा से क्या है सर लाइव चल रहा है सर आपने भी बोला उसके बाद बोले लाइव नहीं बोला उसके बाद ये भी नहीं बोला कि आप लोग और मत कर लोग ये सब आपको पता होना चाहिए कितना खराब लगा उनका IIT मुंबई से है I have been we told ना don't give price why not IIT मुंबई मेरी बेइज्जती है ना आप क्या आप पीछे है ना सारी फैकल्टी और उनके सारे के सामने मेरी बेइज्जती नहीं ना कर
Same that like with the problem. TV, full UP song बैठे हैं.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Online sir. Are you doing charger?
Hello, hello. Just check it. One of your thing. You log in your YouTube. Also check it. Steam. Yeah. Isaac Bangalore. Right. Yeah, that's fine. 2 years are there. Now you check that here. Webex. Just check it. Are you able? Back up. No. Hello. Check. Hello. Are you able to? I'll just play the video. No, just checking it. That's what no. Hello, hello, check, check. Hello, hello. It's coming. Paka. Paka na. That's the main thing. Just hello, hello, check, check. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Coming. Paka.
Some echo is coming. Hello.
You able to hear me?
Yeah,
Satya,
yeah,
you're
yeah.
able to. Yeah, yeah.
Right now.
Paka. Okay.
Yes, yes, yes,
Oh,
yes, yes.
okay.
Hello. Hello. Is there Vinod
Hello, check. Sound ಇದೆಯಾ? Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello. ಪಕ್ಕನ. Hello. Mic check. Hello. Mic check. Okay. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ?
Good morning. Can you hear me, dear participants, respected participants?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Very good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, Professor Nautiyal.
Sir, namaste. Good to see you and warm welcome to
Thank you very much.
today's first session. And I am really happy that you are with us, the visiting
Yes.
professor of ISEC. We have with us now Professor P.G. Chengappa, sir,
Yeah.
ICAR National Professor and former Vice Chancellor of University of Agriculture Sciences, Bengaluru. And we have with us my dynamic, brilliant friend, Dr. Saifur Rahman from Germany. And he is holding a very great position in the Ministry of Government of Republic of Bangladesh. He is with us. And we have many other distinguished participants already joined us today. I'm really glad that galaxy of scholars are showing so keen interest in attending and contributing uh, in this timely thought seminar by GIZ, ISEC, IIM Ahmedabad, and IIT Bombay. Before we begin the session, I would like to invite our collaborators from Delhi, GIZ Delhi, to please give the opening remarks. Dr. Ashish Chaturvedi or Dr. Sarendra Trivedi, Ms. Meghna Sagar, if they are there, I will be very happy to have initial remarks from GIZ New Delhi.
Thank you, Sunilji. Good morning, everyone. Meghna this side. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah, you are audible, yes. Yeah,
Yes.
I can hear you.
After having quite interesting discussions yesterday and a lot of deliberations, I just look forward for today's discussions and presentations. A pretty interesting agenda, exhaustive agenda is there, and I'm looking forward for the experts to share their best practices and what is happening in the other parts of the region. So without taking much time, I just request you to open the session and start the discussions and presentations. Thank you so much. Over to you, Sunil.
Thank you so very much, madam. Again, I am very delighted to mention, I'm happy to mention here that we have again representation from Government of Karnataka, Principal Chief Conservator of Forest Ecology Environment is with us, and many other dignitaries from government. So all the stakeholders are already in, and I'm really happy that there is a very great support from all of the scholars, whether they are in the government, they are in academics, they are in public and private sectors. Thank you so very much, all dear participants, for attending this session in the morning. And we begin with the session now. And thank you, Meghna ji, for initial remarks. And I would like to mention that we are going to begin the first session. And first session is on the very interesting topic on energy and water footprints. So energy and water footprints, this thematic topic is thought based on the in-depth study conducted by one of our partner institutions with support from GIZ New Delhi, and that is IIT Bombay. So they had done very meticulous work in Indo-Gangetic Plain, and based on the detailed discussion yesterday, again we are going to this topic in greater detail today in a very different perspective, while inviting the scholars from many other institutions in India and abroad. So with this, I would like to welcome, and I'm very happy to welcome the chairperson of the session, Dr. Indu Murthy. Madam, Dr. Murthy, can you hear me? Dr. Indu Murthy? I am calling, madam. Please. Hello, madam. As we know that this virtual platform is really nice to see people from all over the world, but sometimes this virtual platform is not so friendly, you know. So she is joining now because little bit technical issues there, but she is joining us. And with this, we have our panelist with us, Dr. Chaya Ravisankar. She has done excellent work in the water sector, particularly understanding the water requirement in the growing city like Bengaluru, where water is being lifted from 100 kilometers away at the level of 400 meters above sea level, and that 900 million metric liter every day is lifted to 1000 meter above sea level to Bengaluru. And she had looked into that aspect, that how the water availability within the city could be made available, whatever we receive from various other sources, from rain or ground, how these water resource, these resources are looked into the perspective so that our requirement on other resource base which are away from us could be reduced. So she is the right person to moderate this session. And with this, I welcome once again all the dignitaries of this session. Dr. Indumurthy, madam, are you there now? Yeah, madam is there. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Dr. Indumurthy is with us. Dr. Chaya Ravisankar is with us. We have panelist Ms. Salu Agarwal, Dr. Saipur Rahman, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Public Administration, Dhaka, Bangladesh, and Alexander von Humboldt Fellow from Germany. Dr. Anil Kumar Gupta, Professor NIDM, Dr. Avinandan Teron, IWMI Colombo, and special invitees are there. So I hand over the session to Dr. Chaya Ravisankar. Thank you, Dr. Chaya.
Very good morning to everyone again. I'm Dr. Chaya, a proud former student of ISEC under Professor Sunil Nautiyal and Dr. Mansi. It gives me immense pleasure to be moderating this session for this two-day event. Just to set a context, as we all know, the famous saying, what cannot be measured cannot be managed, is very aptly applicable for our theme today, water and energy footprint. The very definition of footprint is the amount of fresh water used in goods and services consumed or used in production. Among all the sectors, agriculture accounts for the lion's share of freshwater consumption, and more than 40% of in high-income countries and as much as 70% elsewhere. Among all the crops, the most interesting, just to quote a few, would be around average of 140 liters of water is used to produce each cup of coffee. And among the most favorite among the younger audience here would be the blue jeans that we wear. Cotton by nature is an incredibly thirsty crop, and the cotton used to make this denim jeans often grows in some of the world's driest regions. And the fact that blue jeans typically needs only a passing acquaintance with the washing machine has always been a point in their favor. But if we rarely see the inside of laundromat, blue jeans have one of the largest water footprints of any clothing material. Again, to give certain research examples on water footprint of diets from Western Europe, studied in 2018 by Nature Sustainability, 3,000 liters of water is the amount needed to produce the food each British person eats every day. Coming to the drinking water and wastewater sector, they are also considered generally the largest energy consumers from the municipal governments. Energy consumption does not indicate energy efficiency and cannot be used to compare water utilities. For example, a water system could be very efficient but have high energy consumption due to difficult natural topography resulting in increased pumping. Conversely, a water system could have a low energy consumption due to advantageous topography and high source of water quality, but have low energy efficiency due to poor operational control. While these are the challenges, water also presents an alternative solution to alternative energy storage. There is a very interesting case study and best practice followed in Los Angeles from 2018 where the lakes, pipes, and pumps, the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power essentially have created a giant battery capable of storing enough energy to power more than 80,000 homes. Coming to the corporates and industrial sectors, on the corporate water sustainability side, a new term of being water positive is taking hold. Water positive is broadly defined as replenishing more water than a company is consuming. More multinational firms appear to be coming to terms with this new normal. However, we know that all this has a major challenge, that is lack of accessible data to measure and understand the water and energy footprint. With this background, I request our Honorable Chairperson, Dr. Indu Murthy, Principal Research Scientist, Adaptation and Risk Analysis Team, to briefly introduce her to our audience. Dr. Indu Murthy is a Principal Research Scientist in the Adaptation and Risk Analysis Team at the Center for Study of Science, Technology and Policy. She is on the governing board of South Asia Consortium for Interdisciplinary Water Resources Studies. She is an expert with the UNFCCC roster of experts for India for greenhouse gas inventory and a member of the Red Plus cell constituted by the government of Karnataka. She is also an academic editor on the Plus One editorial board and a member of the Technical Advisory Committee of Mahila Abhivriddhi Society, Andhra Pradesh. Ma'am, I request you to kindly permit us to conduct this panel discussion with your few insights and few words, and then I will go on to the panel discussion. Thank you all. Looking forward to discussion. Thank you, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you, Chaya, for the introduction, and very good morning to everyone who are here and the esteemed speakers as well. I do know some of them, of course, and it's my pleasure to be here in the morning to be able to listen to views from these different speakers with vast experience. As Chaya rightly pointed out, I think as we are getting into a more unpredictable future, as if I may say so, given that the IPCC AR6 has predicted that we're getting into a much warmer world and then much more extreme events in the future. So obviously water figures quite prominently the minute we talk about changes in the rainfall patterns. So obviously either more of water or less of water, either of them is actually a problem, particularly for certain sectors like agriculture. So given that, and given that India has a predominantly rain-fed system in place, that's definitely a cause of concern. But then that's not the only sector. There are fisheries, there are the whole lot of coastal infrastructure also. But then by and large, what happens is that as we move into the future, and as IPCC has clearly pointed out, we really need to act today. When we say act today, it is about mitigation. It's also about adaptation. So obviously, the minute we say mitigation, we're talking about, as Chaya rightly pointed out, efficient energy use, as well as lesser energy consumption. But at the same time, also trying to see how do you kind of, get into a future which has a whole lot of unknown out there. So given that, and given that water is a lifeline across different sectors, irrespective of which angle, which region, which perspective we are talking about, I think there is a dire need to look at the interdependencies rather than looking at these in silos. So I'm kind of looking forward to this conversation, to these talks, which are going to be highlighting these varied aspects of water and energy. So thank you, and over to you, Chaya.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Now I call upon our distinguished eminent.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you very much, ma'am, for that wonderful short insight. I would like to introduce our eminent distinguished panelists. First, I would like to introduce Ms. Shalu Agarwal, I invite you, ma'am. Ms. Shalu Agarwal is Senior Program Lead at Council on Energy, Environment and Water. She leads the Council's work on residential energy access, demand-side management, and power sector reforms. She recently led India's first ever residential energy survey, IRIS, that covered approximately 15,000 households across 21 Indian states. She has played a key role in building the Council's work on sustainable solar irrigation and supports the research on sustainable cooling strategies and subsidies reforms. She is a Chevening Fellow and holds a MNC in Economics and Policy of Energy and Environment from University College London and a BTech in Electrical Engineering from IIT Roorkee. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chaya, for a very kind introduction and very, very privileged to be here and sharing this dais with very eminent researchers and academics here. As Ms. Chaya said, I work more closely on residential energy use, but we're talking about, of course, energy and water footprint. And even as we talk about water sustainability, there's a very strong and direct link between the energy use and the water footprint of energy production. So there is a great imperative of looking at how we can reduce our energy footprint, which also has a spillover positive spillover effect on the water requirement as well. So I'll talk more about the energy use and that too within Indian homes and that assumes importance because as a country we are changing very fast. Right now, Indian homes account for just a quarter of total power consumption in the country. This does not include the use of cooking energy, of course, which it's a bigger chunk of household energy use. But even looking at the electricity, given the kind of electrification that the country has seen, improved energy access and increasing income levels combined with increasing built-up area, we are seeing that energy demand from within the households is rising very rapidly. And in fact, the survey that Ms. Chaya referred to, we find that just over the last decade, a fifth of households bought their first fans and TVs, and the pace at which people then pick up new appliances is going to only rise exponentially. In fact, we expect that in the coming decade, AC's uptake will increase multifold, and the growth is happening exponentially. And all of these trends, they reflect, of course, the growing aspirations of our people, but we need to find ways to ensure that we are able to meet these rising demand without the consequent cost for the planet and our future generation. And this is where the importance of focusing on the sustainability of energy use within homes becomes important. Of course, there's a lot of focus in making our energy production greener. We are installing a lot of solar systems, but we also know, saving a unit of energy is more prudent than generating another one. It obviously has multiplier effect on savings throughout the value chain as well. And also for the consumers or different stakeholders, you reduce energy bills, power companies can focus on supplying better power rather than, putting up a new power plant. Governments stand to gain in the form of reduced subsidy bills and in fact, focusing those very precious financial resources on other developmental priorities. So even as, there is a lot of focus on building solar, which is of course important, we need to put an equal focus on, consuming energy sustainably and very responsibly. The good part is that, of course, we have several policies and programs that are supporting, actions on these front. We have a lot of R&D going on in improving product efficiency or finding less energy intensive materials and processes. There is a program which is called Standards and Labeling, which supports consumers in identifying efficient products. There's also Eco Niwas Samhita, a regulation or a code that supports people to build their houses that are efficient and thermally comfort. So, and of course, programs to support uptake of rooftop solar, for the consumers who want to. While all of this is happening, there are several barriers that hinder actual action and realization of these policies into um, what we see on the ground. And primary among them is lack of awareness, often among the consumers, the high upfront cost of the transition, and of course, a hardest but the common barrier, which is lack of inertia. Unless you feel a compelling driver to make the change, you don't need to. So we need to solve for all of these barriers in parallel through right policies and incentives, and that will only happen when we recognize this as a very important imperative. And besides, the focus on residential, because I also, look a little bit on the agriculture, I just wanted to talk that, again, in the context of agriculture, because of the political economy, it's challenging to, think about how do you optimize the use of energy and water, because the pricing is different. But there are means to still, design interventions that can be a win-win, or at least, help address some of those issues. So, for instance, the programs for replacing old pumps with energy efficient pumps, they offer significant opportunity to reduce energy, requirement, the subsidy associated, and even offer farmers better, quality of, energy services and pumping opportunities. So interventions like these are important, which may seem on the margin, but they can incrementally help us, improve our energy and water footprint. I think I've spoken a lot, so I'll stop here and we'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shalu ma'am. That you're making my job very easy, but at the same time, you have summed up everything from quantitative findings that you have found to the policies and the interventions that could possibly be recommended. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to invite our next panelist, Dr. Mohammed Saifur Rahman. A brief introduction about him is he is an Alexander von Humboldt postdoctoral fellow and visiting researcher at the Department of Tropical and International Forestry, Technical University of Dresden, Germany. He worked as a visiting researcher at the European Forest Institute, Bonn, Germany, and visiting scholar at the National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies, Tokyo, Japan. He also worked for Bangladesh Civil Services in the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Ministry of Food and Disaster Management, Dhaka, Bangladesh. During his research period, he was awarded prestigious JASO Fellow UP Research Fellowship from Japan and DARD Scholarship for PhD from Germany. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for this very nice introduction. So can you hear me, please?
Yes, you're audible, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. So it is really a great pleasure for me to join in this prestigious seminar from Germany. So I am still here in Germany, a very early morning here. So I am very pleased to attend the session. And this is a very timely and timely session, I would say that. The issue of...
Pardon me, sir. I think your voice is little feeble. Maybe you could increase the system volume or...
And now is it okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so it's so this is the technical problem that, so I am staying in hotel, and from the hotel, so the connection, I think, a little bit not so good. So I am sorry for that. Now can you hear me? Is it clear?
Yes, sir, it is clear. Thank you.
Okay. So thanks for this nice introduction. I am not really a hardcore scientist about the water and energy footprint, but about my background, you already understand that I am more about this forest policy and governance issues. So my research focus more on natural resources governance. So in that aspect, I am trying to share my viewpoint a little bit about these issues. So this energy and water issue is a broad issue that really connects with economy, ecology, and society. And we now are living in a context that there is geopolitical tension, climate change and natural disasters, the COVID-related pandemic and trauma. So this type of challenges added new challenges to the already existing problems and really worsened the situation. So there are a lot of discussion, the scope of discussion about this energy and water footprint. And we have science, we have development issues, we have management issues, and including governance and policy. So I will not focus so much on basic science and development issues, but more on governance, policy, and cooperation issues. So I would focus a little bit about my research that there is a lot of imbalance about the power among different actors at different levels. And also the actors or different institutions have different formal and informal interests. And also we have different capacities, different bureaucratic capacities, different institutional capacities. So all of these imbalances, all of these different the different extent of capacities, so which really provide some scope to really the question how we can deal with these issues. And all of these power issues are mostly connected to these inequalities regarding financial abilities, knowledge, information, tools, techniques, and various regulatory policy instruments. So that's why we need the issue of governance and cooperation. So if we little bit focus about the international, national, and local level, so what at international level, what is our expectation? So we already know and very much concerned about that, the issue that the developed countries are mostly responsible for the emission, for increasing the footprint. So we need proper compensation from them. And this compensation should come in forms of mitigation, for adaptation, and also for loss and damage. But we need a strong regional cooperation, I think, because in this region, we are vulnerable. We are affected in various ways. So for example, this 100 billion adaptation fund, which the developed country promises to give to the affected country, but they are not giving all of these funds. So for example, in 2019, they only provide 60 to 70% fund, as I am not wrong. So we should be united regionally. That's why we need to form some kind of regional organization. So SAARC was here, but that is not so functional because of some internal miscommunication, misunderstanding. So my viewpoint is that we should build a strong regional cooperation, collaboration, stronger organization, based on which we can build common mandates, common goals, and we can present it at international level so that we can raise our voice combinedly, collectively, and we can really get cooperation and compensation from the developed countries. So at national level, what do we need to do? Because these issues are very cross-sectoral. So we need a very integrative and interdisciplinary cooperation across all environment-related disciplines to mitigate these issues, to mitigate these challenging issues. So we need more cooperative partnership through bi-national negotiation or bilateral negotiation. And we need to search the joint sustainable solution. where the water conservation, energy security, ecological restoration is very crucial. We need long and short-term contextual and political stability. Nationally and regionally, we need institutional resilience in order to advance, in order to catch the opportunities for transformative change. And the binational or bilateral negotiation should be focused on more importance on trust and relationship building, transparency, joint fact-finding mission, information sharing, and to foster the collaboration. And also at national level, what do we need? We need to archive the local-based knowledge and tradition, and also we need to disseminate those knowledge among different actors. So in our perspective, there is always a challenge that we have science, but we cannot integrate it to the policy level. So we need innovative solution based on scientific practice. At the same time, that science should be integrated with policy, need to reach to the policy level and also to the practice level. So there, the science, policy, and practice integration is very is a must. This is an urgent issue. So these all are about this cooperation, policy, and governance that I would like to share with you. So thank you very much. This is all about from me. And sorry for the sound problem and so on. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. No, please do not apologize. You were loud and clear. And thank you very much for the insights on how regional organizations and cooperative, mutual cooperation would strengthen and address the challenges. Thank you. Now I call upon our next eminent panelist, Professor Dr. Anil Kumar Gupta. He is currently full professor and head of India's National Institute of Disaster Management Division of Environment and Disaster Risk Management. He is sustainability risk management strategist working in the area of disaster management, environment and climate resilience for more than 25 years with national, subnational, and business administrations. He steered international and national projects of policy research, planning, and capacity building, and established new approaches, namely ECO-DRR, CCA-DRR, integrated mainstreaming, loss and damage focused climate risk management framework, industrial, urban, business continuity resilience tools like DIA with EIA/SEA auditing and LCA. Some of his works are on these. He has to credit over 150 publications, including books, process guidance, planning manuals, chapters, training including e-modules, etc. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you, Dr. Chaya, for so generous and long introduction. That was not actually required. It was so nice of you. My compliments and thanks to my friend Professor Sunil Nautiyal and Dr. Ashish Chaturvedi. Both are my close friends, professionally and personally also. So indeed a pleasure to witness this very important conference and the range of speakers and experts they have gathered. So my compliments. Very important session, and I was listening to the previous speakers. So in that sequel, I have almost 6 or 7 very quick points to make. I'll be very brief and precise on the points. The very first thing that I think, yes, the debate between the developed countries and developing countries and cooperation, and that what developed nations should do additionally to help other countries, it's very important, and that's going on. And we are now going for COP26, and that is one of the important agenda. But besides this, no one can be spared only based on this argument. and we cannot consider this as a prime excuse, because the future, when we say it is a common future, then certainly the brunt of impact of climate change or brunt of challenges with natural resources, we all are going to face in different forms, which have a lot of local context. So one is that I would like to emphasize is the dichotomy, because on one hand, our past journey of almost 2.5 decades has been on improving energy efficiency of the systems. And we have achieved quite good success also, and now with the better level of automation and the moving towards nanotechnology and hydrogen-based economy, I think we are trying to take a major leap. But what is other part of this dichotomy is that we are at the same time we are becoming more energy and water intensive also. The number of gadgets that if we just recall the decadal changes in our household itself or in our office environment, just we look at these two environments and see the how many number of gadgets and their energy and water needs in total we have accumulated. So I think this is presenting a dichotomy. So we at the same time, while we are trying to look at one side of the coin, let us look at the other side of the coin also. Second thing is very important that relates to my first point itself, the changing social and technical context. The changing shape and form of our families, particularly in developing countries. Developed countries have already changed a lot. Now the fast transition in social settings are we are witnessing in developing countries, particularly in our cities and the tier 2, tier 3 cities. The families are, I would say, that decomposing and converting into many nuclear families. So if we see the total energy and water requirement of one large family living together, and if we decompose it to 8 smaller families, so I think some research is required in this social and economic aspects of that how energy demands and water demands increase. So this is second aspect. Another aspect that I want to see, want to make that we are discussing about the footprint. I think there's a very important context and need to start looking at the reverse footprint also. And the reverse footprint, I think people seldom thought of this. How much energy and water is going to waste? We are trying that how do we optimize and increase the energy generation, energy use, but how much is going waste on the way and at the appliance level itself, so final use level. I think that is a very important a concern that should be of research when we are talking about the green economy and circular economy context. I think this is very important aspect that should be put into agenda. And my friend Dr. Sunil, we are undertaking a research together, and we are trying to touch upon this aspect. But I hope that some other researchers will also come up with some good case studies on this. So here I would say that the wastage, dissipation, loss in the way, these kind of things are very important. Even the water storages, how much water is lost because of the high temperature and winds. I think, and there has been some good examples also that it has been covered by the photovoltaic cell roof. So how do we optimize, because land is also the limiting factor now in the development. Then certainly, even if we have electricity or even if we have access to water, the quality is an important concern. So we cannot leave aside that aspect. So even if we have water that is not of use, then how much energy is used? For example, now all the households in our cities and urban areas, we use the reverse osmosis system, RO. How much water goes to waste? And then we go for additional calcium intake and calcium because of the loss of calcium in our body, loss of other nutrients in our body, and then vitamin D issues and so many other deficiency issues. So I think this is also an important area of research, and we cannot leave aside this aspect. And yes, this water, energy, and food. I think this nexus is very important, and a lot of research is going on. Ours and Dr. Sunil, we are also considering this, particularly in the peri-urban systems, because whatever we see in the heart of the city is not the real scenario. The real scenario of energy and water, if we really want to understand in our towns and cities, we need to look at the peri-urban systems and urban fringes also, where almost all sort of the waste goes, and they are the receiving ends. Then another aspect is the energy footprint, ecological footprint of energy. Now we are promoting the electric cars and electric vehicles, but where this electricity is being generated, and the prime focus of city is becoming that we get rid of the pollution, air pollution in cities. So we are trying to get rid of air pollution in cities, but where are the power generation plants? Is still we know that India's dependence and the other similar countries, their dependence on coal is going to continue for some good number of decades. Because by best efforts, maybe in next 3 decades or so, we are thinking that maybe half of our energy we will be able to convert it to non-conventional. So half of the energy still will continue coming from the conventional sources. So how are we going to address this issue? I think very important, because pollution, whether in the city or whether in the countryside, ultimately they are the human being, and that is the natural resource that is common going to be affected. And last 2 points, very important, that when we are talking about the efficiency of energy systems and water systems, to what level we have considered the risk to these energy systems and water systems. Risk because of the brunt of climate change, for example, the extreme events. And we have seen what happened in Uttarakhand, recent Chamoli incident, how our hydropower system got affected. And not only this, there are several examples in our country and other countries also. I think this is very important, because if we are thinking of the efficiency, then we need to think of the disaster resilience and the resilience of these systems against the extreme weather events also. Recently, we carried out a work jointly with IIT Tirupati, and very shortly we are going to publish that paper also. That how photovoltaic cells, so because our dependence and move towards solar is very, very important. How photovoltaic systems are prone to the impact of various disasters. For example, the storms, dust storms, and earthquake kind of things. And these are highly hazardous materials are their constituents. So how are we going to deal with? And the last point, that the globally now we are talking about the zero discharge system. So net zero, not only the terms of the carbon, but net zero also in terms of discharge or waste, because now we know that nothing is actually a waste. So how really we are going to integrate into the city planning? And I would say not only city planning, with the ward level planning, because that's very important. And even if we are living in a resident welfare society and a part of the housing society, how are we going to address that? And if we take more smaller units, so I would say that in our office environment, how are we going to see this? Because we are talking of energy efficiency, but we see that even in our office environment, many of the rooms and many of the classrooms and many of the laboratories, the electricity is on. And then, so I think it requires a behavioral and social accountability system also to be integrated with this. So there are 7 simpler points that I wanted to make this. And once again, my compliments and best wishes to very, very important initiative by this joint team. So thank you very much, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Those 6 are in fact very valid and very comprehensively you have summarized all the pertinent aspects for this theme. Now, I would like to call upon our next panelist and my senior PhD scholar from this institute, Dr. Ravinandan Tarun. Dr. Tarun is an expert in economist working with environment, resource, and agriculture. At present, he is working as an institutional and investment specialist related to the promotion of the circular economy at International Water Management Institute, Colombo. Earlier, he was an assistant professor at Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Guwahati, India. He completed his postdoc from IWMI and doctorate from Institute for Social and Economic Change. Welcome, Avinandan. Over to you.
Thank you, Chaya, for your nice introduction. And good morning to everybody. And I would also like to thank the organizers for calling upon me and bestowing me this responsibility to talk, to give a talk. So what I will be talking today is mostly based on financial instruments. And I think it is aptly placed with panel members because we found that the panel members talking about broad
Dr.
policies.
Avinandan, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Your voice is very feeble. Could you please try to increase the volume? Thank you.
Am I audible now?
Little better. It could, if it could be little more audible, it will be even great.
I think this is the maximum I can go.
Okay,
Is all
thank
right?
you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, so basically, what I will be talking about is related to the financial instruments, and more it will be based on the water infrastructures. And as I go upon dealing with water infrastructures, I will touch upon a bit on energy, and but it will be mostly based on small scale energy developments, what we can observe in different financial instruments. So to start upon, investments in water security is a very heterogeneous concept, because we can think about investing in wastewater treatment plant, which is entirely different from financing a floodplain to protect it from flood risk, or it might be financing and constructing of a new desalination plant, and again it might be again different from challenges and opportunities which are present for refurbishment of another operation. At the same time, when we are considering instruments of investment, the financiers of these instruments are also entirely different, because their mandates, their investment objectives, their risk appetite, their liquidity needs, all of these are quite variable across the sector. And when we think about water infrastructure, it is very typically long-lived and it is very capital intensive. And this is one of the reasons why we are finding in the last 2 decades that we are moving out of development finance and public finance into systems like blended finance or impact investing, or thinking about pension fund investing, or establishing green bonds, which I will touch upon one as I go. So actually means when we are thinking about the financing aspect, we actually have to consider 3 different players or 3 different relevant stakeholders here. Number one, the government, and the role of the government is to facilitate or mobilize the domestic finance. And what they exactly do is to create a policy for creating an enabling environment for all these financial investments. Number one. Number two is to look how they can leverage the private sector, or how they can leverage rather the private sector investment there, because that might bring on efficiency that we were talking about. Some of the panelists, senior panelists were talking about previously. Then we have the development partners, the multilateral banks or the unilateral banks or any other funders. And at this last, we have the private sector. So basically, these are the 3 different stakeholders which we usually talk about when we look into the financing system. So based on these 3 categorization, if we look into the financing mechanisms of a government, we have 3 broad aspects through which we can look into the financing instruments. Number one, the own revenues, which consists of the taxes, and property tax is one of the major tax revenues. Another is the non-tax revenues. The second one is the grants which any government receive, and in a federal structure, we know that it might be the central government devoluting some of the fund to the state government, or there might be state government's own fund, which is actually used for that infrastructure development. So these are basically the 2 public finance theories that we have. Now, in parallel, we also have a market segment or non-grant financial sources which can be tapped into for urban infrastructure or peri-urban infrastructure. Now, these are commercial sources of borrowing, and this might depend on government institutions. So say, for example, housing and urban development corporations. We have insurance corporations lending. Next is scheduled commercial banks lending, which depend on both private and public sector banks. We have sector-specific municipal development funds, uh, and this depends on state-level financial intermediaries or state-specific development funds. And the last one is the capital markets, which is recently developing right now, and this is the municipal bonds. Now, let me touch upon a little bit more elaborately on the municipal bonds, because these are upcoming, and what we see is a thorough development of these type of financial instruments. Now, when we talk about municipal bonds, the municipal bonds are either directly released into the capital market or through intermediate vehicles. So maybe there are some infrastructure development corporation at the state level, and they pool the bonds together for different water and sanitation facilities, and they release the bonds, and we as investors, we buy those bonds. So therefore, that is also a possibility. Or the municipality might themselves, if it is a big municipal corporation, it might go in the market, in the money market itself, and it can release the bonds. Similarly, what do these bonds means? How do we utilize these bonds? We utilize these bonds towards capital projects, refinancing of existing loans, or meeting the capital requirements. And basically, these municipal bonds can be classified under two different categories. One is obligatory bonds, and another is the revenue bonds. So obligatory bonds are actually, they promise the money to be given back based on the financial resources which is already present with the municipalities. And revenue bonds are those bonds which promises return of the money to the creditor based on whatever revenue that will be generated by the present project. So, but these bonds has usual risk, as with any other bonds, like it might be inflationary risk, or it might have interest rate risk, or liquidity risk sometimes. So these are a bit of a gamut type, of all the bonds that we can think about. And these municipal bonds have different variants now. We can also speak about green bonds or project bonds, special project bonds, which are all catered towards financing those infrastructure facilities for urban and peri-urban areas. Now, coming to the development and the private entities which come into the which come as finance providers. Now, we can categorize them into 9 different finance providers. One is private equity and venture funding. They are entirely into equity capital or a quasi type of equity, where it is a midway between debts and equity. We also have commercial banks, which already I have spoken about, but they are entirely into loans. We have development finance institutions. Now, these development finance institutions, their financing instruments vary from equity, loans, to bonds, and even to grants. Now this is the most broad horizon what we have in the financial what we can say. Similar to commercial banks, we also have microfinance or micro insurance institutions, are mainly into loans. We have cooperative financial institutions, which are also into loans. The 7th one is the pension and sovereign funds, which are mostly into equity and bonds, and that is based on the investor. That is, say for example, I am investing some of my money from my pension fund. So I will find my advisor asking me whether you want to go for a secured bond or you want to go for the equity capital for a higher rate of return. So similarly, here we have 2 different horizons where we actually go for. Another is the corporate ventures, which is usually as a percentage, it is very low, but this also as a development finance, as a development finance institution, this also has a very big horizon. Starting from equity, it goes into loans, bonds, and also into grants. And if we look into the venture, and the last category is the venture philanthropists. The venture philanthropists also, they move into from equity and grants. So basically we have a different plethora of these financiers, and we have these financial instruments. But we have to remember that as we move from equity based to grant system, our cost of capital is actually lower, because for equity, any of the investors would like to have a greater return than that of bonds or loans or debt structure. So therefore, means if we sum up all these things, what we find is there are actually 5 different types of sources of finances. One is loans and grants, and within loans and grants, we have different types of loan system. It might be a syndicated loans where different banks pool together and put the loan for a project, or it might be a concessional loan for a particular project. It might be asset finance and on-lending finance. Now, these are specific instruments for energy entrepreneurs. So these are small scale, and this might be based on, say, when a particular energy entrepreneur is trying to go into for a financing. These are the instruments which they can use. And the last one is the viability gap funding, which India has also started of late. And viability gap funding is one of the financing instruments where we find that the government is happy to lend 30 to 40% of the capital expenditure upfront based on the revenue that is being generated, and based on a warranty that the revenue generated would help to repay back the loans and the grants. Similarly, the next one is the bonds that we have: municipal bonds, corporate bonds, and the project bonds. The private capital, which is the private equity and the venture capital. The fourth one is a new concept that is coming up, that is the hybrid finance. What does we mean by the hybrid finance? A hybrid finance is as I have told previously, it is a middle path between what we see between different equity and the loan modules. And this hybrid finance can take 5 different paths. One is the subordinated debts or participating loans or silent participation. All these are type of loans or grants where the creditor is actually not so much liable to speak about the management of the project. They are just worried about investment and their little part of return. And we can also think of convertible debts, where the investors investing can think of planning to convert them into equity later on, based on their stake and based on their way of managing or thinking that the project might give suitable returns, and later on think of taking up the project and rebuilding it again. And we have a mezzanine finance, where we have a combination of all these instruments. So basically, these are the things that we think of. And there is also the traditional pathway where we think of subsidies, tax, and user fees, which are also very important. And given all this gamut of financial instruments, what is most important is how do we manage the risk and the capital structure. So we recommend that there are 5 different ways how we can go for it. One is if we are planning to go for blended finance or looking into the pension funds where we are trying to involve the private sector, we have to go for PPPs, the public-private partnerships, or we go for aggregation. As I have told you that there are intermediaries, financial intermediaries who actually pool the funds and then go for bonds and then take up the bonds from the pool up money from the money market by executing infrastructure bonds and then investing into water infrastructure and other infrastructures like that. So, or it might be, say, smart city bond, which looks into water infrastructure, water and sanitation, water supply, different hosts of different together aggregation. It might be multilateral investment guarantees, which might be both considering the different development sector finances. Result-based financing, now usually these are very restricted, but still it exists. And the last is the revolving fund. The revolving fund is a type of fund which is actually ring-fenced. Now, why this is important is usually the waste management sector in cities, we find that it is a fund which is a very mobile fund, means it doesn't have a particular balance sheet for itself. It is not ring-fenced. So therefore, if we visit any municipal finance company or institutions, we don't find how do they actually finance their entire process, their operational process. So therefore,
Tarun, can I request you to close your remarks, please. There are two more speakers for the session.
Yeah, I'm in my last slide, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay.
So this type of revolving fund can also be used. And coming to the last point, if we are targeting PPP, what we can do, we can think of hybrid annuity models where although it is being 30 to 40% of the capital investment paid, there should be a promise about the quality of the service and the quantity of the service based on which the government pays the remaining part of the money. So these are the few instruments, capital instruments, which can be used in the water sector and the energy sector to actually look for types of development. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, Dr. Chaya, for giving me the time.
Thank you, Dr. Ravinandan. That was a very exhaustive insight on the financial instruments and very aptly used for the session. Thank you very much for the guidance. Now, we have two special invitees talks in this panel discussion. For the benefit of larger audience, I'm going to introduce our next special invitee in English, and I'll request Professor Sunil to introduce him in Hindi again. We have Padma Shri Simon Oron, popularly known as the waterman of Jharkhand in the media and as Simon Baba among his villagers. He is an Indian environmentalist and social worker who is known to have worked to combat drought in the state of Jharkhand. His efforts have been reported behind the construction of 5 irrigation reservoirs as well as an environmental project which included mass tree plantation and digging of wells and ponds in the Bero block near Ranchi, covering 51 villages. The Government of India awarded him the 4th highest civilian honor of the Padma Shri in 2016 for his contributions to society. Johar Simon Baba. Over to you, Professor Sunil, sir.
धन्यवाद छाया. आपने you have given very nice introduction to Simon Baba. Johar. Namaste. Johar. So briefly I introduce Simon Oran ji. झारखंड के जल पुरुष के नाम से जाने जाने वाले सिमोन ओरांव साहब ने ग्रामीणों की मदद से 3 बांध, 3 डैम्स, 5 तालाब और 10 कुओं का निर्माण कराकर एक मिसाल पेश की है. पानी के बेहतरीन बेतरतीब बहाव की वजह से जहां बरसात के दिनों में सैकड़ों एकड़ जमीन पानी में डूबे रहते थे, वहीं बारिश का पानी खत्म होने पर ही सूखा पड़ जाता था. रोजी रोटी की जुगाड़ में पलायन हो जाता था. यही उन गांवों की कहानी थी. उस समय सिमोन ओरांव बाबा की उम्र केवल, उस समय तो बच्चे थे, 12 साल की थी. उन्होंने 12 साल की उम्र में जो उन्होंने उस छोटी उम्र में अपने पूर्वजों से सीखा था, पूर्वजों की पाठशाला से जो सीखा, उस तरह उन्होंने गांव के विकास के लिए काम करना शुरू किया और अपने दम पर उन्होंने एक नारा दिया, साथी हाथ बढ़ाना. और ग्रामीणों के सहयोग से 3 बांध, 5 तालाब और कई कुओं का निर्माण करके उस क्षेत्र के सतत विकास के लिए वो एक सतत विकास का मॉडल तैयार करके आज हमारे सामने पेश कर रहे हैं. जोहार. धन्यवाद.
जोहार. धन्यवाद.
That's all. On behalf of GIZ and ISEC, we are felicitating him. Yeah. छाया ने बताया 2016 में भारत सरकार ने उनको पद्मश्री से नवाजा. बोलिए जो राव साहब.
बोलेंगे.
हाँ.
हाँ, हमारा गांव तो हरिहरपुर जामटोली टोला खक्सी टोली है और बहुत कठिनाई से हमारा पुरखा लोग जी रहा था. घर दुरा गरु छगरी वाई सब करीब से करीब कभी बरखा आता था, कभी नहीं आता था. से पानी 8 बजे आने से 4 बजे खोजने से कोटी पर पानी नहीं मिलता था बरसात में. और से करीब उसी को देख देख के हम नदी नाला गड्ढा ढोड़ा को बांध बनवाए हैं, जंगल झाड़ को सफा करवाए हैं और खेत बनवाए हैं, और अभी पूरा गांव का एक कमेटी बनाए हैं और अच्छा से खेती बाड़ी एक साथ हर हफ्ता बीफे को बैठते थे और सलाह विचार करते थे और सारा घाटी टूटी सारा चीज को कैसे जोड़ेंगे, कैसे चलाएंगे, कैसे रहेंगे, उसको विचार करते थे। से ले पानी का बांध हम 3 ठो बांध बांधे खेत बनाने के लिए और 3 ठो ने पानी रखे और कर से करीब 2021 तक हम 7 को तालाब बनाए और कर से करीब 10 को कुआं बनाए और सुबह हमारा पेड़ का 2 आदमी तो हमारा पेड़ को सिरा नहीं सकता है। सेल आदमी को दिखाने के लिए करते हैं, देखो सीखो करो और पुरवाओ। और एक तो कहते हैं देखो सीखो करो खाओ और दूसरों को खिलाओ। सेल हम सबको जिसको कमाना है तो जमीन से लड़ो और बिजनेस करो, जिसको बर्बाद होना है तो आदमी से लड़ो। प्रेम नहीं है तो दुनिया में कोई धर्म नहीं है, जो आदमी सहता है से अब दिन लाता है। सेल हम मीटिंग में भी सबको समझा बुझा के एक साथ जोड़ के चलाते हैं और चलते हैं। जंगल हम कर से करीब 60 साल हो गया पहरा करना, सब ठिका कटा के खत्म हो गया था। सेल हम 4 ठो पहरा रखे हर गाँव। हमारा गांव हरियरपुर जमटुली, बैरटुली और खगसी टुली है। तीनों गांव के लिए हम जंगल बर्बाद होने लगा तो कमेटी बना के बांट दिए और अपना अपना एरिया को देखभाल करे और अच्छा से चलाए और अच्छा से रखे और अच्छा से सही रहे। से हम अभी तक 60 साल हो गया, 60-70 साल, मगर जंगल ज्यों करते हैं अभी बिना कमेटी का बिना ऑर्डर का किसी को काटने का ऑर्डर नहीं देते हैं। एक बलि कटता था तो 50 पैसा लेते थे और उसको जमा करते थे गांव में। सेल हर चीज को सही रहने को देखना तकना चलाना रखना बहुत कठिन है। सेल एक पेड़ काटे तो 5 से 10 पेड़ लगाए। अभी सरकार जो जितना रोड किनार का पेड़ के काट दिया, अभी किसी को गाड़ी खराब होता है तो रोड में खड़ा होने का मौका नहीं है, कहीं साइकिल गाड़ी तो सेल इतना काटा तो लगवाना चाहिए रोड में, अभी तक कुछ नहीं लगा रहा है। बताइए, तो पूरा जंगल बर्बाद। आकाश की भी बनाया भगवान और पृथ्वी की बनाया, मनुष्य के जितना जरूरत है उतना चीज को पृथ्वी ने बनाया और किसको जिम्मा दिया? मनुष्य को। अभी कोरोना बीमारी कह के बहुत चीज बंद हो जाए, जितना दुनिया का पूजा पाठ बंद कर दिया और कर से करीब ये बीमारी से लड़ रहा है कि भगवान से लड़ रहा है। हमको विचार को थोड़ा सा सोचना पड़ रहा है। जितना स्कूलिया 2 साल तक मार खा गया हो हमको बहुत कठिन लगता है, और जितना किसान का खरीद बिक्री वो भी बंद कर दिए। सेल 3 ठो चीज हमको अच्छा नहीं लगता है। सेल अच्छा से सब स्टाफ बैठे, जितना जनता बैठे और अच्छा से अच्छा विचार करे और अच्छा से अच्छा देखे ताके और अच्छा से चलाए और अच्छा से रहे। हम ये चाहते हैं। अभी हम पानी रखे हैं 1500 एकड़ को, 9 साल तक हम नदी ने बहाने नहीं दे, बहाने नहीं दे, हो गया। कल की थोड़ा सा थे वाला जितना नदी बोलेंगे कि नहीं है? ठीक, नहीं तो पानी जुगाड़ वाला कितना नहीं बोले। हर
जोहार
जोहार, खुश रहिए।
जोहार, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आपने हमें वही हम चाहते थे। इस कार्यशाला, ये जो हम सेमिनार कर रहे हैं, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कार्यशाला कर रहे हैं, इसका उद्देश्य यही है कि जिन महान लोगों ने हमारी धरती पर विकास के ऐसे मॉडल तैयार किए हैं अपने दम पे, आपको तो कोई रिसर्च फंडिंग भी नहीं मिला, कोई भारत सरकार ने कोई या किसी सरकार ने कोई सहायता, अपने विचारों से आपने धरती के सतत विकास, एक गांव के सतत विकास के लिए कार्य किया और वो मॉडल तैयार किया हम सबके सामने। ये इसके पीछे एक बहुत बड़ा परंपरागत विज्ञान है आपका, वही विज्ञान हम सब सीखना चाहते हैं। और इसी तरह का ये जो मिक्सिंग है, जो हम मिक्स कर रहे हैं, साइंस, परंपरागत ज्ञान और तकनीकी, इन सब का मिश्रण करके हम अपने क्षेत्र का सतत विकास कर सकते हैं। आपसे बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला। आपका धन्यवाद, आपका आशीर्वाद हमारे ऊपर बना रहे। बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद। सोच रही है।
जोहार सिमोन बाबा।
Thank you very much, sir, again. Now I would like to invite our next special invitee, Dr. S. Manasi. She's been my co-supervisor in my water PhD from Institute, and also a small introduction about her. She's an associate professor and head, Center for Research in Urban Affairs at ISEC, Bengaluru. She is specialist in urban ecology, water resource management, and waste management. She has published more than 50 journal articles and 15 books and monographs. Dr. Manasi has completed her PhD from University of Mysore. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Chaya. I would like to re-emphasize what the other speakers have been talking about action. And Simon Babaji actually, as a man of action, spoke how it is very important to actually see the transformations on the ground. And that was very, very touching about whatever he spoke. And as we all know, although we've been emphasizing the need for action, we do have a lot of challenges that are happening on the ground, given the interrelatedness of population growth, water scarcity, energy consumption, and the greenhouse gas emissions. So given this, the interrelatedness and the various challenges and its impacts that happens across these water use, I would like to not again emphasizing on the various issues that the previous speakers have spoken. I would just like to say a few things. One I thought was very important was to improve on the water use efficiency and water conservation. And here technology does play a major role, and we have seen it in various studies that we have done as well. And one of the recent studies which we did on green buildings had a lot to emphasize on that, and especially where we have standards from the LEED and Griha buildings. And here one of the speakers already mentioned about awareness building, which is very important, and also another speaker mentioned about planning at the ward level. So this actually relates a lot when it comes to seeing smaller units where we see a lot of change that happens, and we can see that we need to see how we could actually accelerate these kind of initiatives. For example, we see a lot of change in gated communities where holistically they are trying to emphasize a lot on water conservation or waste management or energy conservation. And we have a lot of rules that have come about in emphasizing that they need to have this in place. And for example, we saw this even in certain initiatives in like Titan Integrity Office, where they've actually documented the carbon footprints and tried to circulate it among the employees. So to that extent, you can see a lot of action and awareness which gets infiltrated to the lower level as well. And apart from that, we also saw that there were a lot of interest by people who wanted to come up with conservation and initiatives, but the regulatory mechanisms and pathways or the incentives, I think there is a lot of gap at that level, and that needs a lot of improvisation. Besides that, we also saw a lot of gaps in terms of these regulatory agencies working together, and I think there is a need for coordination between these various water and energy regulatory agencies, which would actually improve the efficiency of water. Thank you very much, Chaya.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for the short and crisp summary. Now I request our chairperson to have her questions or some closing remarks and sum up. And I also thank all the panelists from my end for having managed the time, and due to paucity of time, and we couldn't encourage much questions on the chat box from the participants. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chaya, and thanks to all the speakers who kind of covered the gamut of issues around, energy, water, nexus, if I may call so, including issues of governance, institutional mechanisms, and of course, awareness and capacity. So basically, I think everything has been touched. Since I was told there is a few minutes, I just thought I could kind of direct one or two questions to the panelists, and probably we could have a short discussion around it before I can quickly kind of sum up the entire session. So my first question is directed to Professor Anil Gupta, who has vast experience in disaster risk management and also the kind of frameworks that have been developed and so on and so forth. So Dr. Gupta, could you just throw some light on the use of nature-based solutions, which is gaining more and more focus in the light of climate change, where there is water, there is you're addressing the ecology, you're addressing the economics of it, as well as addressing the larger issue of climate change at the end of the day. So Professor Gupta, please do throw some light on what's the thinking, what's actually happening with respect to using nature-based solutions for addressing these multiple issues that we are facing. Is Dr. Gupta not here? If he is not, I would request any of the other panelists to comment about it. Maybe Shalu could comment about it, or even I think anyone else for that matter, Saifur Rahman or someone.
I mean, I can try to attempt. I mean, although in the energy space, there are some attempts at exploring nature-based solutions. I think primarily when we're thinking about how do you, cool buildings or, in a manner which is more sustainable. So, for instance, and this may not really answer the question that you initially asked, but it's an important. I mean, it's not just about nature-based solutions alone, but also the traditional sort of knowledge that we are, gradually moving away from, but it's very important. So I currently live in Pali in Rajasthan, actually. And Rajasthan has a very dry and hot climate. And traditionally, the kind of buildings that were designed here were, again, I mean, the design developed organically, and then they were designed to keep the houses cool despite very extreme temperatures, because of the way windows were structured, or the use of materials like that cuss-based material that are used to keep shade and all of that. But now the kind of buildings that they're moving towards are they force you to use air conditioners. Often, we are slowly also seeing even the ceiling fans are being removed, and it's a completely closed environment. And I think these are just very extreme kind of designs, and it's important that we keep going back to the the traditional designs, but also which were in more close sync with how we were used to living with the nature, and that's really what is nature-based solution as well. And I think the evaporative cooling mechanisms and all of those. So I'll keep it brief, and we'll let others probably pitch in here.
Thank you, Shalu. I think you really did bring in the right perspective, particularly with respect to with a warming world. I think cooling is the biggest issue, and then people are concerned in the energy sector. How do you go about urban cooling? How do you integrate? How do you meet the demands? How do you kind of integrate right from generation to planning to actually consumption? So I guess it's a very important perspective. Thanks for bringing in that, of course. So Shalu, maybe I'll direct the next question to you. You spoke about cooking energy needs. I mean, in the energy budgeting that we look at, that's something that we don't really often look at. Now, interestingly, there is a whole lot of discourse around dietary changes that's happening, right? So now, in that perspective, how do you see this issue of water and energy demand panning? Any thoughts on that?
Well, it's a very, I think, a complicated issue, and there are very, at least to my mind, very, both progressive and regressive trends that we keep seeing, and I think there is an element. I mean, this issue is also related to the conversation on lifestyle choices and what we see as aspirational, and then. Of course, like, we know that, okay, when we talk about food, again, going back to the traditional food habits, they were closely tied to what you could grow in whichever area you are living and, eating that food. But of course, with the economic development, our ability to store and transport food, now everyone can access everything that can be grown. And we are, and then of course, like, supported by agricultural policies, we are growing more food, which has a greater energy as well as water footprint. We are recognizing those, issues, and in trying to move away from it, but we are locked into those systems. But that is, of course, one layer of problem. The another layer that I think that is coming in, which is more, supported by the globalization, is like, the increasing fad for eating food like, these. I'm forgetting the name, which is weird, but like, for instance, we make Caesar salad and eating fruit stuff like
Superfoods.
avocado or superfoods and all, right? Which, even though we have our naturally available superfoods in the form of millets or grains, but we are moving towards food which probably is not naturally suitable to Indian context. But okay, because now it's globally considered as superfood, everyone wants to move away. And what are the impacts of promoting these choices as food choices among because there's also this socialization. The moment a particular class starts favoring certain type of food, others also start to follow the same. So it's important that we have these conversations and think about the impact of these choices on the entire ecology, water and energy system as well.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Shalu, for bringing in that perspective as well. I would have loved to pose more questions to the different panelists. There's so much. I mean, I think we could go on about the issues around, the food, water, energy nexus for days together. An hour is actually very short, but I would definitely want to kind of wrap this up by first, of course, thanking all the panelists for bringing in the varied perspectives, right from the science that's required, the differentiated responsibilities, which is the politics around all of these issues that we are talking about, and also about the need for the right kind of metrics itself as to to track what's happening where, to come up with solutions, which of course requires awareness and capacity building that Dr. Mansi spoke about, the governance issues that Saifur Rahman spoke about. And of course, the bottom line of all of these is financial mechanisms, which was very nicely highlighted by Tarun. So given that, yes, all of these are important. But then what kind of stood out in all this discourse is, Simon Baba talking about, localized solutions actually emerging. So basically, I think, where there is a will, there is a way. But of course, there is need for strong leadership, like the way he has demonstrated. So at the ground, there could be a lot of movements that can happen. But for all of it to stitch together, what we need is the right kind of policies, the right kind of agencies to implement, to monitor, to kind of make sure that these are rolled out on the ground and we have the right kind of metrics. So thank you very much to all the panelists for bringing in these varied perspectives. And I'm kind of moving out of this panel with a lot of food for thought for the weekend. Thank you very much. And thanks, of course, Sunil, for inviting me.
So very much, madam, for such insightful thoughts given to us. And definitely, you have summarized session in a very highly scientific manner. And we will include all the points which are raised and given by you as a chairperson of this session, all the distinguished panelists, and our special invitees. Of course, our very vibrant moderator, Dr. Chaya Ravi Shankar. So thank you very much. We close this session and now we move on the session and we have sorry, we have our moderator for this session. Oh yes, yes. Dr. Muazzam Hussain, Government of Madhya Pradesh, Bhopal. Yes. So good to see you, and I welcome you, Muazzam, to this
Good
session.
morning.
And we are truly privileged and honored to have with us today our teacher, a great scholar and agriculture economist, Professor P.G. Changappa, ICAR National Professor and former Vice Chancellor of University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore, US, Bangalore. So I will not take your time, Muazzam. Now over to you.
Sure. Namaskar to everyone and good morning to all of you. First of all, I think the topic has already been said or it has been already initiated, like what we were listening to Professor Dr. Indu K. Murthy ma'am as well as Charu Agarwal ma'am. There is a topic which is like the food, energy, and whole of the nexus and bringing it into a kind of a system. So we have it in the form of food as well as sustainable food system. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for organizing such a wonderful seminar on the topic, which is current, new, as well as it's been propagated globally now. Well, when I started working the food system in India, the understanding for the food system was very limited into some sections, and now it's been propagated and discussing on such a good level. Like I'm really happy to see that it's been now discussed on global scale as well as now on a national scale. 3 years back, when I think I was the only one who had the formal education on food systems in India through my MPhil in Indian Institute of Forest Management, what I did. When I say that food system, or when I talk about the food system, it is the entire process. Like whatever questions or whatever thoughts we have, it's a complete system. It talks about farm to fork to policies to initiatives to carbon sink to environment. It links all of the things. It's a very, very complex mechanism of management. So in other things, we go for bottom up or top down approach. Here it's a circular motion of the approach that's been taken up and then it starts. To discuss this, we have uh, the top panelist as well as our honorable chairperson, Professor P. G. Chenagappa ji, who is one of the leading agricultural economists of the country. I would like to welcome you, sir, as our chairperson. You have served as a vice chancellor for University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore, and that's national professor at ICAR, New Delhi at ISEC. You have more than 100 publications. We would like to have you, sir, here, as well as you have a rich international experience. Sir, over to you for your permission, as well as your comments to start our program, sir.
Yeah. Yes. Namaskar. Good morning to everyone participating in this seminar, and I welcome all the panelists, particularly the moderator who introduced me. Thank you, Muzamji, for your nice introduction. Well, friends, as like others, I wish to thank Mr. Sunil Natyal for arranging this very meaningful seminar at a right time. In fact, this particular panel is focusing on the food and the sustainable production system, and we are aware that the 230 SDG goals provides a unique opportunity to build programs to mitigate the climate change and make the food production system resilient. We are all aware of this. And in the recent years and over the years, we have seen how we have witnessed and also experiencing how climate change is affecting our agri-food system. In fact, this really calls for the frontiers of knowledge based on which we need to develop technology we'll have to develop appropriate strategies, and this has to be adopted. When I say adoption, it includes even the grassroots farmers. The climate change is, ultimately in the agri-food system, farmers are the key. Unless their capacity is built, whatever the kind of strategies we develop, we will not be able to implement. This is my real focus. Well, that means preparing the farmers for adoption should be the part of the agri-extension system. In fact, that's why we need to really think how the mitigation and the resilience, etc., should be part of the whole agricultural extension system. Well, friends, these days I'm a practicing agriculturist. Now I grow paddy in a region where I receive around 2,500 to 3,000 millimeters of rainfall. In fact, I want to share, what I do as a farmer to mitigate the climate, aberrations. In fact, see, I adopted the system of rice intensification, SRI. After knowing very well, it requires less water, it emits less methane, etc. and etc. Unfortunately, I must mention, for the last 2 years, I've stopped it. Though I know that this is a technology well proven. Well, why I want to mention here is I've stopped SRI because in my region where I receive such a heavy rainfall, controlling weed is it is humanly impossible. I have to spend money like anything for weedicide, herbicide, which further affects the biodiversity system. I find all my, with the biodiversity of the soil is affected like anything. So I have gone back and now I grow paddy with the standing water so that the weed control is very useful. But I have also had it, for example, some fish culture, paddy, etc., etc. But to be exact, I must mention that I've stopped cultivating paddy. I'm moving because it's not really economical. I know the importance of maintaining the wetlands, but I have moved into another crop called arecanut. Why I mentioned this is we need to develop appropriate technologies, and the farmers should be trained to, adopt those technologies as indicated by one of the speakers earlier. For example, you understand the whole gamut of the climate change in agriculture at the global level, but we need to implement at the local level. Otherwise, the technologies do not really work. This is my personal experience I want to share, saying that, how to mitigate this, the climate change aberrations, which is affecting the agriculture to a great extent. And I really mentioned that we need to have the agriculture, climate change, etc. We should understand at the global level, but we need to have local level, activities. So appropriate technology, and I firmly believe that we must, adopt technologies to combat this problem. And I'm sure, for example, many of our panelists who have international and the experience as well as the experience in developing countries and in the whole region will share some of this so that we can really build a resilient, agri-food system, which is what needed as we see the kind of climate change that has occurred even in the last 2 weeks. What has happened in Kerala, what has happened in Uttarakhand, and what is, see, for example, I come from a hotspot of biodiversity in the Western Ghats. I really find the climate change is affecting the agriculture to a very great extent, and the rainfall pattern has changed like anything, affecting the cropping season, affecting the whole the land management. So, this kind of adaptation to climate change is but necessary. With this initial remark, I request Mr. Nizam to go ahead with the panelists.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for such a valuable insight, for providing us such a valuable insights. And with you, you bring lots and lots of experience, and we are honored to have you here. I would like to, with your permission, I would like to invite Professor Bill Pritchard, who is our first panelist.
He is a professor of geography and head of a school at School of Geosciences, University of Sydney. He is an author for 14 books as well as author for 50 peer-reviewed publications. He is one of the biggest global scholars in this field, as well as he is a chief investigator in the 4 Australian Research Council discovery projects. We would like to welcome you, Professor Bill, and we would like to have your insights into how we can have a resilient as well as good food system in India. Over to you, Bill, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those very generous remarks. And it was delightful to listen to Professor Changapa just then. It's been many years since we've spoken, sir, so it's lovely to see you here again. And thank you to Sunil Nautiyal and the Centre for Ecological Economics and Natural Resources at ISEC for this. It's the institution I have a lot of regard for, so it's lovely to be here. It's currently late afternoon in Australia. I think you see the afternoon sun on my face coming through the window. So it's lovely to engage with my friends in India again, and hopefully it will be the case when we're able to travel and meet each other face to face in these kind of events again. So thank you very much. I will keep my observations relatively brief because I know there are many expert panelists to follow me. I am, of course, an observer, an external observer of India. I have spent much time in India, but my views here are very much those of an external observer, and I defer to the local expertise in India on many of these issues. So I'll start with the most obvious point, and that is that when we look around the world, India is one of the most vulnerable countries in the world to climate change. And that's for many reasons, but of course, for food production and food security issues preeminently as well. India has always had a challenge in its food system. The recent release of the Global Hunger Index, which I know has caused some political heat in India, nevertheless draws our attention to the fact that India has come so far in the past 2 or 3 decades, yet indicators of hunger, particularly around child undernutrition, are still lagging many of the other development indicators in India. And I think that tells a story. India has made great gains in terms of food production, particularly around staples, of course. It has made its progress in some other areas of nutrition, particularly around green leafy vegetables and pulses, perhaps have been less impressive in recent years. But the key innovations in cereal production have meant that India now has no longer a problem in the sense of course, having the availability of food to meet people's calorie needs. Perhaps what is lagging in India is a sense of a more diverse food system where it's not just calories, but it's those micronutrients that come from green leafy vegetables and fruits which are needed in diets, particularly diets of the poor and people who are perhaps with very few material resources are reliant on the market. Of course, the supply of cereal grains through the subsidised PDS has meant that many of those aspects of hunger, if not perfectly addressed, imperfectly addressed, and it's clear that India has a successful strategy. Everything I read says that the PDS has been operating across most states in a superior way in recent times. So climate change will impact on food production systems of all types of food in India. What we know from the models, the consensus of all the models, is that climate change will reduce yields and it will cause interruptions to production through natural climatic related disasters, such as we are seeing in Kerala and Uttarakhand just this week. So we have a yield gap that will be caused by climate change. So what is to be done? Of course, we need innovation, and that's, I think many of the papers presented at this conference point to some of the great some of the great science that's being undertaken in the agricultural universities of India to address that yield gap. But the simple point, now perhaps the most important point I want to make in my brief presentation today, is that we must always remember that science, when applied to agriculture, is never neutral. It has a scale effect, depending on the types of agricultural scientific innovations. It might benefit large farmers more than small farmers. It might benefit monoculturalists more than agroecologists. And it might have diverse impacts on farm labour markets. One of the issues which I think is critical to India in its aspirations for addressing its food system and climate change in the future is the feminisation of agriculture. And this is a phenomenon based on the increased labour mobility of agricultural households in India. We are seeing so many of the male heads of households and the sons and brothers move to the city for work. Migration from rural to urban areas in India is still more a male than a female-centred phenomenon. And then that is shifting the demography of rural India more towards women. And I think what's essential as India combats climate change is to have a gender perspective. What kinds of technologies are most appropriate for an increasing number of farms where the husband or the male may still be the head of the household and might be the owner of the land, but it's the females of the household that increasingly do much of the work. And I think that poses important issues about labour-saving technologies, because women often, in addition to this agricultural work, need to do the domestic chores of maintaining the household. So innovating in ways that ease the work burden on women, I think, is a vital ingredient to effective and appropriate climate change technologies in India, because there is, as I said, a need to fill the yield gap that will be caused by climate change and its impacts in terms of more extreme heat, particularly the increasing of nighttime temperatures with implications for cropping systems and the like. But we have to then ask what types of innovations are going to be socially matched to the labour market and the dietary needs of India, of rural India. Because Indian households still overwhelmingly rely on their own production for meeting their nutritional needs. So what kind of food needs to be produced for better diets? And given the labour force characteristics of those households, which are increasingly based around women, what kind of technologies are most appropriate for women to gain benefits from that? So I was very heartened that Professor Chengappa talked about appropriate technologies. I think that's a vital characteristic here. I think there are issues of mitigation, but more importantly, there are needs for adaptation. I personally see no choice for the planet at this stage but to be heading along a climate change scenario of more than 1.5 degrees and probably 2 degrees. I'd like to say that's not an option, but I'm not seeing enough will from the political leaders of the world to stop this. So we are seeing a world which is heading towards 2 degrees increased average climate temperature, and therefore that poses intensified adaptation requirements, whether it be adapting for higher temperatures, for more unpredictable monsoons, or to better enable farmers to respond to increased propensity for floods or for droughts. So I'll leave it there with those comments, the need for socially appropriate adaptation, particularly taking into account nutritional needs and dietary gaps, and also the changing gender mix of rural India in terms of labour market processes. So thank you, sir. I'll leave those remarks and I'm happy to take questions afterwards.
Thank you, Professor Bill, for your insights into the things. Like, we are already facing these issues, and as in a government sector, we are already trying to introduce some of the mitigation measures, such as we are also trying to introduce fortified seeds such that the nutrition value can be increased. Us, what we are trying to do is to tackle the gender gap, and your observations are absolutely up to the mark. Like it's to the point thing. Like we are facing these issues. Like there is a huge migration that has already been started, and I'm really amazed to see that you have observed this thing. And now, sir, thank you. And we would like to have Dr. Himanshu Pathak. I would like to invite Dr. Himanshu Pathak, who is a director, ICAR, National Research Institute, Odisha. And he is also a fellow for Indian National Science Academy, as well as National Academy of Sciences, India, and the various other organizations. He is also a recipient of many prestigious fellowships, such as Alexander von Humboldt Fellowship of Germany, Silver Jubilee Commemoration Medal of INSA, and many other things. Moreover, he has published more than 170 research papers. With the permission, I would like to invite Dr. Himanshu Pathak. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman, moderator, and of course my previous panelist, Bill. So I shall just take forward whatever points have been already raised by the Chairman and Mr. Bill. You know, agriculture causes climate change, and also it suffers from the consequences. And in India, and probably globally also, it is the second largest source after energy, second largest source of greenhouse gases. So therefore, it is a complex challenge to make a sustainable agriculture, to make agriculture climate smart when we look into the complexities, what our chairman was also mentioning and Bill was also mentioning. So I shall make few points about our own studies on the impacts of climate change on agriculture, food production system. What are the technologies which we have got at this point of time? And then, of course, the policy issues which should be required to implement those technologies. If we see the impacts of climate change on crops, our assessment shows that it will decline crop yield by 5 to 20% by 2040 if we see the RCP, representative concentration pathways of 4.5. If you go to other scenarios, the impact is going to be much larger. Of course, it could be lower if you change to the lower RCPs also. Chairman was talking about rice. Our rain-fed rice, that area is going to decline by around 25 to 30% by 2050, and so as the production. Some of the crops, for example, apple belt is going to shift to the higher elevations, currently from 1250 to 2000 mean sea level. Quality in terms of protein content, for example, our study shows that wheat, which is a major staple in this country, the protein content is going to be reduced by around 1% on an average. Quality of Assam tea, coffee are also going to be reduced. Micronutrient content, particularly zinc and iron, are also going to decline with elevated temperature and elevated carbon dioxide. Not only crop, the livestock is also going to be affected. One estimate shows that the milk production in this country will be reduced by around 1.6 million liter in next 5 years. And if you go to up to 2040 or so, the reduction could be up to 15 million liters. Quality is also going to be reduced in several parameters. Poultry, which is very susceptible to heat stress, is going to have a major challenge with elevated temperature and so on. And similarly, fish production. Having said that, let me also say a few points. There could be a few positives also from climate change. People generally do not talk about the positive aspects of climate change, though the numbers are less, but even then let me talk about those. You know, some areas are going to receive more rain. In an average, people say that the rainfall is going to increase. Where and how much, that is quite uncertain, but it is going to increase. So if water deficit areas receive some more amount of rainfall, even 15 millimeter or even 50 millimeter, probably those areas are going to be benefited. Elevated carbon dioxide, as we all know, who work on botany or plant physiology, that elevated carbon dioxide is going to increase crop yield, particularly C3 plants like rice, wheat. Increased temperature will reduce cold injury, particularly in our northern state during winter season. So some of the crops are going to be benefited. And of course, the cooler and temperate regions may also have some congenial temperature, which will help them to grow few more crops. Coconut plantations, in our own analysis, we have observed that it is to gain in the western coast, but in the eastern region, it is going to be negatively impacted. And for fisheries, which is again a very major component of the food system in this country and elsewhere, increased breeding cycle and higher growth rate in freshwater system. So these are some of the benefits. But let me tell you that if climate change has got around 10 impacts, 9 impacts are going to be negative and 1 is going to be positive. So the overall net thing is going to be still negative. So people should not think that there is lots of positives, so let us go for changing climate. No, that should not be the case. Net is going to be still negative. Now, a few positive points, not from climate change point of view, but climate change adaptation and mitigation point of view. In terms of adaptation, several technologies have been generated. And of course, our chairman and everybody who are attending this particular conference, they know. I shall give you just few examples of what are those kinds of technologies. For example, ICAR, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, has developed more than 50, which we call as climate smart or climate resilient varieties. I shall give you example of rice. 2 varieties from my earlier institute, NRRI, National Rice Institute, Shiar Dhan 801 and Shiar Dhan 802. These 2 varieties can tolerate submergence as well as drought at the same time, because in this country there are areas which suffers from submergence, and then after just 2 weeks or so it will be facing drought, and there are n number of areas. Similarly, wheat varieties like HD 3068, 3226, and there are several others. Another technology which we are also promoting is interspecific grafting of crops, grafting of tolerant crops with popular varieties. Diversification, I think you yourself mentioned about it, is very, very important. And chairman also mentioned about it. We are also promoting some climate smart crop like say millets, dragon fruit, quinoa, chia, and these crops in last few years, if you see, are really getting momentum, really getting momentum, not only from climate reason, but maybe from other reason also, from water scarcity, from market preference, and so on. Similarly, for livestock as well as for fisheries, there are some important development in terms of new breeds and so on. But if you have to make agriculture, particularly crop production, sustainable, then management of natural resources is going to be very, very crucial. And there are few positives in this aspect. One is water management, as we are promoting alternate wetting and drying. Direct seeding of rice is again a very good one. Chairman sir, SRI is not suitable for many regions. Not only in your case, but many other regions also it is not suitable. But if we have got good machinery, direct seeded rice is going to be a good option. Nutrient management, as you know, neem coated urea, which is now implemented across the country. 100% of our urea is now neem coated, and neem coated urea reduces nitrous oxide by around 8 to 10%. Similarly, soil health card program of Government of India, as you know, it is a huge program. Use of leaf color chart, conservation agriculture, zero tillage, residue retention, and so on. So these are some of the things which have gone into positive direction, giving some smartness or resilience of agriculture towards climate change. I shall just mention few broader achievements and then conclude. Broader achievements in Indian agriculture, even in the face of climate change, are that the production or food production is still increasing. You know, this year we had the record amount of production, more than 305 million tons. And what we have observed, that the production, total production, has also become more or less stable. It is not absolutely stable, but the variability, interannual variability, has gone down. So that means there is some kind of resilience. Greenhouse gas emission per unit area has certainly increased. But then our own calculation showed that when we calculate the same emission in terms of emission per unit of production, then in last 30-40 years, emission per unit of food production is going down. So that means there is some degree of efficiency. Nitrogen use efficiency is also increasing. Either it is remain stable or it is it is increasing. And as I said, that several climate smart varieties have been released for almost all major crops in this country. And in COVID situation also, probably only the agriculture sector which performed good or better, whatever you can say, no other sector could perform. So that means there are certain positive aspects in terms of performance of Indian agriculture, even from climate change point of view. But there's, as I said, it is not that everything is very good. There are several challenges, very big challenges. And to implement or address those challenges, really, we have to focus on some of the policy issues. One is we need to mainstream the climate adaptation in development planning. Already Government of India has got several big programs, including National Action Plan on Climate Change, State Action Plan, NABARD and other agencies are also working. Of course, GIZ itself is involved in so many of these. I personally have been associated with some of your very good work. So these are some of the things, but still lots of things to be done. Probably leveraging your MG-NREGA program, watershed programs. If you list and if you see Government of India's program in agriculture, there are at least 20 programs which are directly or indirectly related to climate smartness, either for mitigation or adaptation. Less in mitigation, more in adaptation. And then, of course, several agro-advisory, contingency planning, agromet services, all of these things have been developed. One very important aspect is insurance, credit, and risk management, and of course, international negotiations, which is going to start, just in few more days. So if you see all of this, just to conclude, one or 2 points, let me once again emphasize that having a climate resilient, sustainable production system is a challenge. There is no doubt about it. And Indian agriculture is so diverse, performed by so many resource poor farmers, it is really very difficult. But then there are technologies available. There are opportunities in terms of yield gap. Even in this country, the yield gap is more than 50%. So even if we can bridge at least 10 to 15% of that gap, probably our food production is still going to increase. But then what a long-term need is, we need to reorient all of these things, including institution, research, financial institution, towards climate change mitigation, adaptation, towards climate smartness. And of course, for that one, we need not only policy change, but also financial requirement. Government of India sometimes look for the international support, as they are going to raise in Glasgow also this particular issue, that developed countries should give more and more fund, not only to LDCs, least developed countries, but also developing countries like India. But I do not know what is going to be the success of those things. India and other developed countries need to generate and need to come out with its own financial resources, own policy, and also own technologies. And so far, there have been some positive developments on these aspects. And I'm sure with all these kinds of discussions which you have initiated are going to really be useful in making Indian agriculture sustainable, production system sustainable. One just last correction, I have shifted my institute. Earlier I was working in National Rice Research Institute, but for last 1.5 years, I am in National Institute of Abiotic Stress Management, which is located in Baramati near Pune, Maharashtra. And our institute exclusively works on these kinds of aspects only. Managing abiotic stress, and climate change is certainly one of the drivers of abiotic stresses on agriculture, livestock, and fisheries. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you,
sir. Thank you for your valuable suggestions. And our government of India is very progressive in these terms. We have already introduced Agriculture Infrastructure Fund, which is a scheme of about 1 lakh crore rupees, or in terms of $13 billion US dollars, for the post-harvest management initiatives, which I am handling it right now. I'm a project manager for that. Plus, we are trying to invest around 500 CR into the food system transformation in Madhya Pradesh. So I would like to have you all present in this regeneration thing with us, as well as support us as well. Now, on the another thing, I would like to introduce Professor Pramod Kumar Ji. He is currently director for the Institute of Development Studies. Previously, he worked as an in-charge director and professor for Agriculture Development and Rural Transformation Center, Institute of Social and Economic Change, Bangalore, India. So we welcome you here and we would like to have a session from you. Thank you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ajam, for this great introduction. Respected Chair, Professor Chengappa, with whom I have worked for long together, and I am happy that he has introduced to this theme today. This is really very important theme on which this conference is organized today. I think today's I've been listening on different aspects. The topic given for this conference, this session is on sustainable food production system. And my two erstwhile predecessors, they have spoken great detail of climate change and how it is impacting production system in India. Even Bill spoke various aspects of food production. I'm happy he is expert, although not from India, but he knows nitty-gritty of Indian agriculture, and he presented great aspects of Indian agriculture. So I was thinking on the climate change is the biggest threat to Indian agriculture, or the kind of policies we are following for the last say 50-60 years. Is that is a bigger threat compared to climate change? As Bill and my predecessor Himanshu ji spoke about 300 million tons of food grains production, and India having very stable food grain production. So although climate change is always a very big threat, and especially small and marginal farmers, they are facing the challenge of climate change. But do we have our policies which are sustainable towards production in agriculture? For example, when we started Green Revolution, we were definitely shortage of food, and we were known as a begging bowl country, where we had to fill the bellies of our poor people without having appropriate the desirable amount of production. But over 40 years after 2000, say 2070, we have been very safely, we have food production available for our food security. And probably last 20-30 years, we needed to change the policies moving away from cereals. Not only our production, but also our distribution has been oriented towards cereals. We have not shown the policy incentives for farmers to move away from cereals. Today, we are in a situation where we have at least 20 to 30 million tons of extra food grains produced. Our warehouses are abundant with the rice and wheat lying. We were doing a project in Haryana. In the warehouse, almost 4 to 5 years, the same grain is lying. There is excess grain every time government has to procure and keep in warehouses where they don't have the space. They have occupied all the private space also for this procurement. So what is need is moving away from food grains towards more nutrient-oriented crops. Our consumption is moving away from cereals now. But our government policy towards food distribution, we still run public distribution system where around 2 lakh crores of rupees of subsidy is given only for rice and wheat. And minimum support price we have for 24 commodities, 26 commodities, which sets the floor price, which sets the minimum price, of which advantage is taken by the traders. It does not go to the farmers. And farmers who are growing more nutrient-oriented crops, like fruits, vegetables, animal products, there is no guarantee, there is no assurance, there is no even we don't have the crop insurance for these such crops. So that is where our policy has to change. If we see our distribution, if we see our markets, our mandis, APMCs, they are all oriented towards cereals alone. For growing fruits and vegetables, what you need is more refrigerated transportation. You need washing. You need storage. You need cold chain. At 45-degree temperature, farmer cannot see growing these crops when they have to move, say, 30 to 40 kilometers. By the time it reaches from the field to the market, the quality is already lost. So what we need is we have to reorient our agriculture. I think more than climate change, it is the kind of policies we have followed, especially after 80s, when we needed to move away from cereal-oriented production. We are spending almost 2 lakh crore rupees on food grain distribution, where wheat and rice alone is distributed. What is the compulsion? Why can't we move, even if we have to serve? The first question is, should we give 2 rupees wheat and 3 rupees rice to 70% of our population? Is our population 70% population below the poverty line? This defies the policy itself. We can protect at the most 20 to 30% population. Rest of the population, we are just giving them something which they don't desire to eat. They want to move away from these commodities. They need to come to the more nutrient animal products, fruits, vegetables, but we are just forcing them to either eat cereals or take cereals at cheaper rate and just feed to the animals or throw away. So these policies are not sustainable. We are just giving almost 1 lakh crore rupees of subsidy on, say, fertilizer. What is the end result? We should have the NPK ratio should be 4:2 to 1. In some of the states, we have 20 urea in relation to 1 unit of potash. And phosphorus also around 10 units, whereas 4:2 to 1 ratio is a desirable ratio. So, there is huge deficiency of micronutrients in the soil. So not only we are intoxicating the soil by providing unsustainable subsidies, giving subsidy on the free electricity, we are incentivizing farmers to grow water guzzling crops whereas they need to move away. Are we in a position to export sugar and rice? Should we? We are exporting water. And this is, I think, bigger threat than the climate change. So we definitely need to change our policies. We need to invest a lot of amount in our distribution system, in our markets, our mandis, and agro processing. Definitely, there is a huge scope for value addition, creation of employment. Our agro processing is less than 5%, whereas other countries are having almost 30 to 40%. Even China is moved much ahead in agro processing. So these are the areas where our farmers, they can get better. I'm just finishing. They can get better price for their output, as well as it can create more of value addition. It can create more employment. So our policies have to change. Our government has to see that we adopt more sustainable policies towards food production. Thank you. I'll be very happy to take questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Professor Pramod Kumarji. Now we would like to have Mr. Krishna Kumar to bring down some of the industrial perspective, as he's a Vice President of Operations and Sustainability at Agri-Business Division of ITC Limited. He has 30 years of experience with him. So I would like to invite you, please.
Thank you, Dr. Hussaini and Dr. Chengappa and other panelists. With the permission of chair, I would like to share a few slides, sir, while I present it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So I hope my slide is visible to all the members.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
So I have seen other eminent speakers talking about various technologies, as well as just now Dr. Pramod Kumar has clearly mentioned the importance of the need for the change in the policy as well as the crop planning. And other eminent speakers have talked about the need for the customizing the various technologies. I think my presentation will be a logical conclusion of this same. Here, certainly a sustainable food production system has to certainly generate economic, environmental, and social capital together to all the stakeholders. And I will be talking about what is the goal, what can be the important principles to achieve this, and some of our experiences of ITC, as we are dealing with more than 6 million Indian farmers across the country, covering all the major agricultural states and more than 220 districts, and covering all the major crops. And how the digital power as well as the market-linked production system is key for achieving food and sustainable production system. Gentlemen, the objective is clear to all of us. There is certainly a need for establishing a sustainable production system to meet the growing challenges of the climate one side, which is having a significant impact on the supply, as well as create a value chain, crop value chain, which meets the regulatory requirements and ever-changing demand from the market and the consumer side. In my opinion, there are 4 basic principles to achieve this. One is a responsible and effective governance system to produce the buy, what is required by the market, rather than trying to choose and pick from what is produced from the farmer side, so that the maximum value can be captured to both the consumer as well as to the farmer. The second part is certainly improving the efficiency of use of resources and managing the production risks at the farmer level are very key for any sustainable production system. Of course, the enhancing the resilience of the entire farming community as a community approach, and entire agri ecosystem has to be evolved, aligned to achieve this. Last but not the least is that the direct actions to conserve, protect, and enhance our natural resources is certainly key. If we can achieve these 4 principles, we can focus on these things. Attaining a sustainable farmer income and livelihood one side, and taking care of the health and food and nutritional security of the country other side is certainly an achievable task, which is the primary objective of the sustainable production system. For a production system to be sustainable, we need to address the following challenges. I will not go into the detail, like soil and water management and the emerging changes in the climate and pest and diseases, which has a significant impact on the crop production, and how you do it, the human rights and the living income as a benchmark to ensure that certain metrics are there with respect to farmer income, and how to bridge the gap between the income of the farmer and the landless laborers who are associated with the entire activity. Of course, taking care of the nutritional requirement, the changing global requirement in terms of, especially in the post-COVID scenario. I briefly touch upon how we have implemented these 4 principles in ITC when we are working with the various farmers and crop value chains, with few examples to drive that this is possible to implement, and our experience shows that it is possible to do in every crop in India. One intervention, what we feel is important is there is a need for a complete value chain approach, an integrated approach, and this I can confidently tell that we have various public-private partnership programs with various state governments, And one of the example is we have a chili value chain development to improve the chili crop competitiveness with the government of Andhra Pradesh, which is with a target of 1 lakh acres, already 40,000 farmers, covering the 40,000 farmers. In this, we could achieve 27% of additional yield. That is actually 25,000 rupees additional yield to the farmer year after year, last 3 years. And we are able to improve the export offtake from this project area. And it's a win-win situation for the farmer one side and better quality chilies for the consumer. And this was possible through public-private partnership and integration of all the major stakeholders in the agri ecosystem, starting from R&D, from the ICAR R&D organization, scientists involved one side, the horticulture department on the other side, and various agri input players and service players in the agri ecosystems, meeting the specific requirements of the chili farmer in a customized fashion. And the second example I can quote to you is that certainly, as I said, that there is need for precision farming. Fewer examples where we could succeed getting the actual water requirement reduction by 65% through sensor-based smart irrigation technology. It was a good success where we could get a significant improvement in the reduction in the water usage as well as the improving the productivity. Similarly, drone technology was a success to us. We have seen it not only improving the labor shortage, it is also helping the farmers to do
You are not audible. Please unmute yourself. Kumar, please unmute
Am I
yourself.
unmute now?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Please
I have to
conclude,
go
sir.
back, I think. Should I go back?
No, sir, please
Yeah.
conclude.
Okay. In the precision farming, certainly I have taken 3 examples. One is drone, one is smart irrigation, where we achieved 50%, more than 50% water saving, as well as 10% productivity levels in a field crop as well. And drone technology is also helping us to the farmer in terms of ensuring the timely sprays and do it in a more efficient manner, reduction in the pesticide consumption, as well as a more safer way of applying to the crop. And third thing, what we have seen in integrated agri extension programs in terms of adopting the IPM practices, certainly helping doing the agriculture in a more safer manner, ensuring food safe production. As I was mentioning to you, certainly there is a need for a community approach. That is where our example of 1600 villages, which we are doing in collaboration with CGIAR in terms of ensuring the climate resilient production system, where the best practices are implemented to the farmers, giving the better returns and more sustainable production system, is a good example for us where we had learned a lot. And the last but not the least, as I said, that there was certainly need for a direct interventions to conserve, promote. That is where our program in terms of watershed development, where we could ensure more than 1 million additional acres of irrigation throughout the country under various crops, is a good example to emanate in other states. All these things together, today we are seeing that we have learned a lot of lessons out of these experiences, and we said that to move forward, as I was started my presentation saying that the digital power, there is a need for a physical integrated agri solution. I'll just take 1 minute to explain this entire process. We have a ECHOPAL based ecosystem developed, adopting the physical model involving entire agri ecosystem covering various crops, where the customized crop advisory is given to the farmer based on the consumer need and based on the current crop conditions, which is an outcome of the existing weather conditions in that particular village for that particular crop, and the specific pest and disease, the way it is developing in the particular crop. A contextual current crop-based crop advisory is what is making the difference. And involvement of the various key players, either it can be an R&D organization, it can be a horticulture department or agriculture department of concerned area, the concerned officers, as well as various stakeholders of the agri input as well as services together. This is creating the best solution, creating the optimized outcome to both the farmer and ensuring a market-linked production system, which is a win-win situation. Thank you so much.
Sir, even we would like to get associated with your team on this on our food system transformation project we are trying to push in Madhya Pradesh. So I'll connect
Yeah.
with you, sir, shortly.
Actually,
This as well, sir.
recently we have signed a MOU with the Ministry of Agriculture on wheat crop value chain.
Exactly, sir. That's for AIF, I think.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you.
Yes, I'm aware about that, sir. We will get connected.
Yeah.
So, thank you, Kumar, sir. Thank you. Now I would like to call with the permission, Miss Vashisha Upalse, ma'am. She is currently working with WWF as a director, governance, law, and policy. She has an experience of 28 years in governmental finance, forest and protected areas, community-led natural resource governance and management, local institution building, traditional knowledge systems. Welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you
Dr.
so much, Dr.
With a
Vishesh
short
Uppal. Dr. Vishesh Uppal from WWF. Yes.
Yeah, that's okay, Sunilji. Thank you so much, actually, and thank you, Dr. Hussain. Actually, it's an honor to be among such eminent experts. At the outset, I must say I'm no subject expert, but I think there were lots of very valuable thoughts today, and I think, I would probably just add a few more coming from where I sit and work. I'm working for a conservation organization. And I think that's one angle I would like to bring into this discussion. I think initially what Professor Pritchard really very valuably said that, India, it is a global agriculture powerhouse and we need to feed over 1 billion people. And by 2050, globally, we have to feed 9 billion people, right? And the thing is that in India, over 14% of our population is undernourished, right? And actually 50% of women in reproductive age are actually anemic. So how do we address that? So it is not enough. I think like what Dr. Kumar has said, it is not really enough to focus on staples. And how do we actually ensure that besides removing and ending hunger and looking at just hunger, we also actually ensure that everyone actually is healthy. So I think that's something which is really important. But when on one hand we are doing that, we need to ensure that nothing leads to biodiversity loss. I think that is something which really needs to be looked at very carefully, because food production is also dependent on biodiversity, and your biodiversity is creating your critical ecosystem. How do you ensure that the both actually go hand in hand? Actually, and the food production in a way actually works with nature and not against it, because and how do we enhance our crop provisioning services? Because India has committed to land degradation neutrality, to doubling farmers' income. How do we actually do that without impinging on the environment? Our nature's free services like pollination, pest control, I don't have to say all this to you all know it better than me. Soil fertility, how do we ensure that? How do you ensure that our farmlands are also maintain diversity, so that there is better soil health, there's better provisioning of services, and of course, I think Dr. Kumar very aptly put it, saying that, we need to plan agriculture production on the basis of our crop compatibility, what we need to grow, how do we change our policies, modulate business cycles of scarcity followed by a glut, by providing appropriate and timely information for farmers on the crops that they ought to be growing. Also, how do you incentivize farmers to grow the right things? We've seen what has happened to mustard. I'm sure today, if you go to Western UP, every farmer wants to grow mustard right now because the price is sky high. And now the moment every farmer grows mustard, next year, what's going to happen? So do we have a system which actually absorbs these, and actually adapts? Right. So I think that is something. And of course, crop damage, not just because of, this unpredictable weather or whatever, but also because of wildlife. Yeah, because wild spaces are reducing. And there is an impact of, especially marginal poor households who are living around forest areas, around wildlife areas, they do bear a brunt. How are we actually ensuring that, we also provide them with, some support to manage that? Yeah, I know, I'm just ending. So basically, again, energy, water footprint, things like that. And lastly, I would say, learn from the farmers, because farmers are smart. They have the ability, they have traditional knowledge. We need to marry that with science. So I think that is something: policy coherence, innovative financial mechanisms, incentives, reducing food loss, and looking at local solutions with the farmers' knowledge, because the farmers in India are pretty smart. They know how to adapt. So I think that is the message I would like to give. And I'd like to end here. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. You are also a subject matter expert, ma'am, in terms of food system, because ecosystem services basically the key factor for sustainable food system. Otherwise, we can't have a sustainable food system if the ecosystem services are not there, ma'am.
Absolutely.
Ma'am, thank you all. Now I would like to ask from our chairperson, as well as initiate some of the questions if anyone has, as well as I would like to ask our chairperson to give us a brief reply on the things.
Sure. I think it's fair to have at least a few questions, 2 or 3 questions. So let's open it for questions.
Yes, sir.
Questions, clarifications, elaboration, whatever you call.
Yes,
It's open now.
Any questions, please?
Come in just a minute.
Yeah.
So this is not exactly a question, it's more of an observation for Bill, because he spoke about feminization of agriculture in the background of migration of men from rural to urban areas. Another thing that has to be kept in mind is it's not only feminization. I think it is aging of, I don't know which is going to be the term which will describe this, because it's mainly the older people who remain back in the villages. So it is all the 70 plus, 80 plus, the old and ailing people who are left in the villages, especially in the remote hill districts like Uttarakhand, for example. There are these several villages which are now termed ghost villages, and there is obviously there are access issues, there are several other issues of infrastructure, etc., etc. But apart from that, these old people, they are now left to fend for themselves in these villages. So that is another angle which has to be really considered when we talk of migration and when we talk of feminization of agriculture. So that was my, I don't know if it's a question or a observation or
It is a right observation. Thank you, madam. I think in the most of the village you find, hardly find any youngsters, but you find mainly the old people, especially if you go to Kolar, Malur, that area, you will hardly find any youngsters in the village.
And Kolar, Malur are, more accessible. I'm talking of these remote villages in Uttarakhand, where there is nothing at all.
Yes, that's right. Fully agree.
An added complexity to the equation, I would say.
Thank you, madam. Any other questions?
Is also
Mojam, there is a question in chat box.
Pardon? I looked into the chat box. Yeah, kindly go ahead, Panditji.
Is it? Are you hearing me?
Yes, very much.
Yes, sir. We are hearing you.
Since yesterday, I have been listening to marvelous lectures. Particularly yesterday, it was Professor Nautiyal, and today's discussion is very, very, very rich in thought and suggestions, and in what should go into the mitigation and adaptation policies. May I urge you all to also draw policy implications for the government. We are addressing the civil societies, we are addressing the agriculture, we are addressing production chains, production. I will request you also to draw important implications. What are the policy implications for the government? Whether it is the state government, whether it is the federal government, please do that. And this sets me to thinking a lot, because you have given the food for thought. That's it for today.
You raised a very pertinent issue. I think policy is very important, and policy has to be implemented, not just develop some policy, but implementation of the policy is quite.
No, your message has to go to the government, at least.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Any other questions?
Any other questions?
Good morning, sir. I'm Akshay, PhD student of ISEC.
My question is that we know that the regarding food grain production, wheat and rice mainly production comes from the Haryana and Punjab region. So what policy should be adopted to the crop diversification in other region with respect to the both states? So can we manage the food from the food grain to the other kind of nutritions food grain? So what are the policies existing and what should be the way for the forward?
Yeah, Dr. Kumar, can you give the reply, very short reply? I know you have done a lot of work on for NCR and others, the ministry.
Yeah, thank you, Chengappaji. Before coming to Akshay's question, I just one comment which Meenakshi Lekhi said, old age people, and you also mentioned that there is no one youth to work in agriculture. But if we see our data, it still speaks of 48-50% people working in agriculture. I think there is a serious problem in statistics collection as well. That I think government need to take special measures, how to collect information, because when information is collected, everybody is farmer, even if they are not working in farming, but they are counted as farmers. So I think there is a serious problem in our statistics. The question which Akshay raises, don't say wheat and rice is produced Haryana and Punjab. That is, you are speaking in 60s and 70s. Now wheat is moving to it is decentralized. It has gone to west, it has gone to east, even West Bengal, Gujarat, Maharashtra, all are producing wheat. And rice is produced all over the country. The only thing is diversification will not happen unless you have the kind of policies where minimum support price is assured, and government is going to buy even if it's required or not, and put it in warehouses for glutting. So we have to have the government has to make policies where you need to develop cold chain, you need to develop markets which are oriented towards high value crops. Then only farmers will find they can produce vegetables, fruits, and they can sell nearby markets. Right now, the infrastructure is not supporting animal husbandry. It is not supporting fruits, vegetables, even fish is being sold in the markets which are not meant with cold chain. I think those infrastructure needs to be put in place, and gradually minimum support price rather than procurement, it has to go into direct subsidy, subsidizing only the poor farmers, not all the farmers. Now,
Okay, thank you. Pramod, I think now we'll stop the questions because already we are running out of time. I could see Mr. Hussain smiling, but we will, I think Hussain, I think we will conclude, right?
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I would like
And
to thank all the-
Mojam, just one point. We need to respect the local food for diversification. Thanks. Thank you.
Exactly,
Okay,
exactly.
thank you. It's a very good point.
Sure.
I agree with you. Totally agree. Yeah, friends, I think, as indicated by one of the persons who raised issues, it was a very marvelous presentation by all the panelists. And I'm very particularly happy that I could hear Bill Pritchard after a long time, maybe after 5 years. I wish he makes a trip to India so that we can have a program in Isaac when he comes to India. Well, so Bill Pritchard, you are most welcome. The second, he really raised certain issues like a third empire in the cricket. We always, that's the final decision he take. But, he raised certain issues mainly on the nutrition side, the yield gap, and also the climate issues, adaptation. Certainly, and some of those issues was also indicated by others. I think they are very relevant, and we should go very deep into it. I'm really, Dr. Imanzo, like a true scientist, I really appreciate the way he presented the technology, interventions being undertaken to combat the problem of the climate change. He really indicated the negative and the positive side, but of course, he made a very cautious remark. Out of the 10 cases, 9 cases are still, to be are negative as far as the climate change is concerned. But you must really appreciate the efforts of the ICR in developing the technologies, for various regions. I'm also aware that the ICR under the NICRA is developing village level, village level cropping plans to mitigate the problem of the climate change. But of course, the farmers has to be convinced, and the farmers have to adopt it. Adaptation is a big issue. Even with the best of the technology, you don't find very high level of adaptation. But this has to be. That's why I said, for example, the extension system has to be really geared up so that the farmers adopt for the climate change, and that too appropriate technologies has to be given. For example, he gave the example of, for example, varieties being developed, which are resistant to, temperature rise, and also salinity, etc. But still, the adoption is really not that high. This is a matter of concern. But in this direction, certainly, he also mentioned the need for policy, especially the insurance. And of course, you see, for example, agricultural insurance in the recent time, it's really, the farmers adopting insurance is rising in India. But, but still, long way to go, because the products are really not fine-tuned to specific crops. For example, I am from the plantation area. I wanted to go for a crop insurance. I find the premium rates are very high. It's certain the product, and also if you lose the crop, the claims settlement is a long drawn process. So certainly these are certain issues today. Pramod Kumar really indicated how the consumption pattern is changing in India, and how the policy should also change in tune with the demand for different agricultural commodities. He made it very clear. The consumption shift is towards high value crops like fruits, vegetables, livestock products like milk products, etc. But still, there are a lot of importance given to food grains. I think, from calorie to nutritional crops, etc. This policy has to move. But of course, he also touched about the export of rice, like he mentioned. We are virtually exporting the water. So at what cost? I think these are the issues we should really ponder in terms of crops which really are water guzzlers, like rice and the sugarcane. Then of course, Krishna Kumar, certainly it was a real addition. For example, we all talk about private-public partnerships, and the need for this kind of partnerships, even to mitigate the problem of climate change, and also to develop a resilient agriculture. He pointed out the need for value chain development, precision farming, climate smart agriculture, and the conservation of water. Certainly, I think these are all good thoughts, and we know that ITC is doing a lot of work in many areas. The e-Choupal is well acclaimed model, and I think linking value chain and the e-Choupal has made a lot of value addition. And I think, and he also touched about the digital aspect of intervention. Well, also the last speaker, Vishish Uppal, made a right point. I think, the conservation of the forest and for the wildlife, etc., is very important. Certainly, we face, especially in the southern region, in the Western Ghat, we face a lot of human and animal conflict. And this has to be really managed, because the animals damaging the crops, the animals, even killing the farmers, etc., has become a major issue. But this kind of thing has to be managed, and fully agree the farmers involved. Well, friends, I just conclude saying that we really concentrated on the technology, the policy, the institutions, and the farmers' involvement, and the corporate involvement, to mitigate the problem of climate change, and also to develop a resilient agri-food system. I immensely thank all the panelists and also the moderator. We really maintained the time, but really we overshot the time a bit. But I also want to thank the rapporteurs, Imran and Shavani, who are behind this. Thank you.
Thank you to all of you. Thank you. It was a great session. Thank you.
Okay, over to.
Thank you very much, sir. It was really very productive and very insightful session. Thank you very much for chairing this session. And thank you, Mojam, for moderating and assisting our respected chairperson in this entire session. Thank you so very much. And now we'll move to the last session of two-day international seminar on this very topical issue. And I am very happy to mention that for this session, which is very topical, very contemporary, and requires lots of attention, we have with us the chairperson of the session, Dr. Devapriya Datta Sahab, Head and Scientist G, Science for Equity, Empowerment and Development, Seed Division, Department of Science and Technology, New Delhi. We welcome you, sir. And we have moderator for this session, Mr. Pranjal Jyoti Goswami, who is also a very accomplished scholar in this particular field. And I will not take much time. I will not come in between the chairperson, panelist, and other invitees. And instead, directly I hand over session to the moderator of this session, Mr. Pranjal Jyoti Goswami. Pranjal ji, over to you, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Good afternoon to all of you, and welcome to this. I think this is the last session of this particular seminar. I have been listening to the, some of the interesting discussion happening since morning. We talk about energy, we talk about food, and right now we are into the last session talking more about, probably discussing more about the policy landscape. I think it's a very important subject, and it is more important because of the fact that I think earlier this month, United Nations also recognized healthy environment is one of the fundamental human rights. Within that context, I think what we are discussing right now about the policy which can influence consumer behavior, it's a very important subject matter in that way. And I think we are fortunate enough to have a very eminent person, an expert of that field within this panel. And I'm really like to welcome all of you, all the panelists, all the special invitees, and all the participants of this particular session in that way. So before, just wasting any time, I'd like to hand over to the chairperson of this particular session, Dr. Devapriya Datta, for the initial remark and his permission to, open this session for more further deliberation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Goswami, and thank you, Dr. Nautiyal, for the inviting me. And first of all, I thank GIZ, ISAC, and also the IIM and IIT Bombay for I think this timely study, which the results we are discussing, and what we are I have just gone through your the initial note, and understand that this is the timely the interventions before the COP26, because the COP26 these recommendations will go. So though this session isn't the policy, but I thought that the entire the policy making, that now it is what we have done in more often the top-down approach should be totally looked into the bottom-up. So in this context, I think Dr. Nautiyal, I think just I want to share a couple of slides just to set the tone of this. What do you want to share? Okay, they are asking of. They said the application. I don't know, because. Okay, it's asking about the window, and I see here. Yeah, can you see my screen here?
Yeah, it's coming, yes. Sir. Yes, we can see.
Okay. So I think in this context, though it's a policy, but the time has come where the policy should be looked from the requirement, and the requirement what we are talking about, that this the timely these 2 days the knowledge exchange and the experience exchange forum, which we call so-called the workshop you have organized, should be looked at it from the point of the resilience. The resilience we generally talk in the context of the climate change and the disaster, but what we want to bring it in that the policy should be made for the ultimate the resilience of the people, the community. So obviously, like what we are discussing here in the context, important in the context of the, the SDG 13. But always, I believe in the when policy you make, that one is a global view, which I, think of like if you are flying on a, the plane, it is a 32,000, the feet view, and at a national view, which is a 15,000 feet view. But the real policy of today is of importance for a 10 feet view where the human life or the, the livelihood operates. If you look it into the sixth assessment report and the AR6 cycle of IPCC, it's basically the main 3 points they're talking about, that the the limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade, reducing impact of the climate change to the terrestrial ecosystem. But most importantly, what we are going to discuss in this thing is the how to support the sustainable livelihood, multiple additional societal benefits. So the focus is not now going towards the societal benefits. If we look it into the different ecosystems and the people in India, the climate change has brought the different type of the risks all of us are aware about, like looking into these different agroecological zones. Like these are the main, like things that if you want to experience just now, probably like many people who are stuck in Uttarakhand or from Uttarakhand know really like how the like climate change cannot be
Excuse me,
looked at
sir.
it in the.
Can I
Hello?
interrupt? Please
Yeah.
put it in a slide mode because your slides are too small.
Yeah, because no, I have put it in the slide mode. I can see it in the slide mode only.
Okay, we are not able to see in the slide mode.
I think that's bandwidth issue. It's beyond my control because I have put it in the slide mode. I can see I am seeing it in the slide mode only.
Okay, please go ahead then. Yeah,
Yeah,
we
I
have
think
very
that
limited time.
yeah. So basically, like what we have this type of like all the examples of this impact of the livelihood. The main issue is that like all of this thing issue of the change in agriculture. So main thing what I want to bring is that whatever the policy we make, the policy should like focus on the resilience not only from the climate change, but it is in the integrated in the from the point of view of the at a livelihood, a life and livelihood level, on and that way the community resilience level. So the community resilience, in the context of the community resilience, the context, the Department of Science and Technology, like the societal program, what we are looking into, that just before this sessions, the last comment Dr. Chelappa was talking about, that really how technology can be absorbed, because the entire effort what we have we in the developmental process has taken it mostly technocentric and the income centric. But the two things what we are trying to change in our these programs adopt to look at it from the livelihood systems weakest link, and bringing the relevant technology for that, and the strongest link to improve that foreign social entrepreneurships, to improve the total efficiency of that, therefore the technology interventions. And I believe that assumption is that in that way the technology and the absorptions within the community will take place, and that's the way any type of the policy which includes the the impact of the climate change should be. And that's we have started in the initiatives is in view of this post-pandemic and community COVID resilience resource centers. What we are we're looking into the the community's integrated resilience, and where we believe that the the climate change and the disaster are one component of that, but there are many other components of the community resilience of different the uncertainties, prevention, protections, mitigations, response, and recovery. So in these the context, I believe like this integrated the resilience we must consider. And I think this sessions we will hear from many of these the experts. And I will now hand it over to Dr. Goswami. Dr. Goswami, you can take it forward.
Thank you so much, sir. You nicely, kind of contextualize the entire subject, and I'm very lucky to have you on in this, in this panel. And within the scope of a bottom-up approach and community resilience, looking into the post-COVID, situation, I think it's very important that policy domain or policy landscape plays the important role of inclusivity and bringing the vulnerable communities into the forefront in that way. Within that context, I'd like to invite now Dr. Jadav Upreti. He is the associate professor at Tribhuvan University in Nepal, and before the university tenure, he was working with IUCN and WWF Nepal. He is the PhD holder in environmental science from the University of Quebec, Canada. And I think it's an eminent person with a knowledge of ecology and environmental management. Welcome to the session, sir. And please put forward your views. And I'd like to limit your deliberation for 5 minutes because of the, we want to finish this by 1:30 Indian time. Thank you so much. Welcome again.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Goswami. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, I haven't prepared any slides. I will try to, share some perspectives from my own experience and also from, what is being discussed about the topic here in Nepal. So thank you for inviting me to speak in this important session, and I'm very glad to be a part of this workshop. I just listened the previous session, and it was very provoking, very interesting. So, for the country like Nepal, with a growing population and simultaneously degrading environment, it is very urgent to produce and consume more sustainably. There are different issues. We just witnessed very heavy unseasonal rainfall last week, and that devastated, almost about several these kind of hazards, I would say, like irregular monsoon patterns, the disasters like earthquake, fire, landslides, floods. These have left the country paralyzed in its economic activities, and I think these issues are becoming more, more serious these days. So these are some of the challenges in one hand, and on the other hand, the government policies are not very conducive towards sustainable consumption, at least in our case. One example I can share in this very important session today, that the subsidies are being provided to transport the mountainous regions, in remote areas in our country, but there are no programs to promote production of local crops, such as millet, barley, potatoes, and many indigenous, legumes. These are very important crops for the regions, but there are no provisions, there are no policies to promote this kind of, crop production in these regions. So this is, I think, the very big issue in our region. And also the behavior or the habit of the people. I don't know we can change this or not, but I think these are very challenging in our context. So maybe I would like to share my experience. Last week I was in the field with my students in the remote area, which was also hard hit from the recent monsoon. What I saw was very, very disappointing or disgusting. I would say a couple came to the shop. They asked for one steel glass and started drinking. No doubt that they were very much thirsty, and within about 10 minutes, they finished drinking this jumbo coke. I don't know. I was very shocked to see that, kind of habit. And they were, I know, from the very remote areas, from the very poor family, but I don't know. I didn't react with them, but later on I discussed with the authorities of the local government, and he was, he couldn't say anything. He said that we cannot do anything with this kind of, food habit, or, the patterns that have been, growing in rural areas. So these are some of the issues. And also, people are migrating towards the urban areas, and they are no more practicing their traditional way of life. They have left their land for unfertile, lands are abundant, and they have also forgotten their traditional practices. They have forgotten their traditional foods. They have forgotten their traditional cuisine. They have forgotten their, traditional way of lifestyle. So these are very important issues, and I think these are again very challenging. But for the country like Nepal, there are also some opportunities, because we have to balance between environmental conservation and socioeconomic growth. So I think maybe it is not too late. We can still have some policies to address this kind of issues. And again, Nepal heavily relies on international support for implementation of its plan and programs. So there are several programs ongoing for sustainable consumption and production and environmental integrity. But again, I'm not sure if that has been achieved. So finally, maybe I think different sectors, agriculture, forest, tourism, energy, these all should work together to achieve the sustainable consumption and production. And I think again, these maybe the awareness programs could also work in the rural areas. The traditional crops, cuisines, and related cultural practices should be preserved, promoted, and maybe these small things can contribute to sustainable consumption and production. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Upreti. I'm very glad that you brought forward your impromptu observation about the Nepal deliberation. And it's certainly happening that environmental impacts are basically negatively impacting the economic progress in many countries like Nepal. I'd like to invite and introduce Dr. K.N. Nindan right now to this panel, to this discussion. He's a senior fellow at the World Resource Institute, India, and he is also chairperson at the Center for Economics and Environment and Society in Bangalore. And he is one of the lead author and working with the 6th assessment report of Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. I'd like to welcome Dr. Nindan to this session. Please.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Goswami. At the outset, let me thank Professor Sunil Nautiyal and CNR for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to make my presentation at this panel on policy and behavior influencing sustainable consumption. So I also don't have a PPT, but I made some points. So the first thing I want to talk about is in the context of sustainable consumption. In the context of mitigating the adverse effects of climate change, and one of the measures suggested is to shift to plant-based diets. But is this a solution or a problem? The plea, even plant-based diets can be nutritionally deficient. In fact, what is relevant is healthy and balanced diets. And the plea for balanced plant-based diets has been interpreted by some to mean the reduction, if not elimination, of meat-based diets. This is not practical. However, it is well known that consumption of meat and meat products has grown exponentially, especially in the developed countries, and has a large carbon footprint. For instance, Brazil has diverted the Amazon forests for raising livestock and soya cultivation. Brazil is the largest exporter, more than 60% of beef in the world, and UK is one of the main importers, more than 40% of the world import of beef. And soya meal is exported from Brazil to make chicken feed to sustain the livestock population of Europe. And a research study suggested that sometime back, one of the research studies suggested that 55 square feet of rainforest is required or destroyed to produce a quarter pound of hamburger. Besides, we also find there is a growing trend for consumption of junk food like hamburgers. especially among the elites and the young generation, which besides having a large carbon footprint is also aggravating health problems like obesity, diabetes, cardiac problems, etc. And we also find that in recent days, there is research is also underway to make laboratory reared fake meat, eggs, etc. Apart from health concerns, critics contend that this is to encourage industrial or corporate farming at the cost of self-sufficient small farming in developing countries. The next point I want to say is about decoupling economic growth. If you see the UNEP definition of sustainable consumption, they talk about decoupling economic growth from environmental degradation and a number of other points. Like it's not only just sustainable consumption, we also need sustainable production practices. Now, the development path that we have chosen is leading to severe environmental degradation, which is making us more vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change and extreme weather events. Accelerating economic growth has led to an exponential rise in consumption of natural and other resources. Renewable resources such as fish, water, soils are being exploited beyond sustainable levels. Along with high economic growth, waste generation accelerated economic growth is also generating considerable waste and pollution, which is beyond the Earth's assimilative capacity. So if you note that the Living Planet Index in 2016 noted that to sustain our current lifestyles and life pattern consumption patterns, we require the regenerative capacity of 1.6 Earths to provide the natural resources ecosystem services that we currently use. So what is required is sustainable growth. However, developing countries like India, which has a large concentration of poor people, need to raise the standard of living. So how to achieve this at low environmental cost is a very big challenge for our planners and policymakers. We talk of having economic growth rates of 10 or 12%, but maybe it's better to have something lower, which will be more, will incorporate environmental concerns. And the last point I want to mention is about rising inequalities. Along with rising incomes, this is also very much true in India and many other developing countries, inequality has increased sharply in recent decades. The rich are becoming richer and the poor are becoming poorer. It is not only undernutrition, which is a major problem in India, but also overnutrition, especially among the affluent classes. For instance, as against the recommended daily calorie consumption of 2,400 calories per adult in rural India and 2,100 calories per adult in urban India, the average daily calorie consumption of the poorest in India, as per NSSO data of 2011-12, was 1645 calories per person per day, as against more than 3,000 calories among the richest classes. So, and this is, unfortunately, we don't have the latest NSS data for 2017-18. It has not yet been published. So, in this, we not only need to reduce, we should need to have sustainable production practices, as well as we have to have sustainable consumption practice. And here it is worth recalling the immortal words of Gandhi, which I found even one of the speakers yesterday mentioned: "Earth provides enough to satisfy every man's needs, but not every man's greed." So I will conclude with these three remarks. Thank you. Thank you very much. And once again, thanks to Sunil Nautiyal and CNR, and to you for giving me this opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. And I'm so sure that sustainable consumption is one of the way to look into, because we have to 9 billion people by 2050 to be fed in that way. And I'm also happy for the fact that you brought the connection between the balanced food and the health impact or health concern in that way. We need to look into all those kind of issues related to policy, what to do with processed food or frozen food or meat consumption or plant-based diet consumption. Thank you so much. Now I'd like to invite Sri Meenakshi Negi. She is an IFS officer. She is working as the head of additional principal, chief conservator of forest, Karnataka Forest Department. And she is currently pursuing her PhD from ISEC on medicinal plants and livelihood. Welcome, ma'am. Please.
Thanks a lot. and a very good afternoon to all the attendees. And thanks to Sunil for inviting me here today, because I'm only a PhD scholar, whereas everybody else seems to be highly scholarly. So, but I'll just come back to the theme a bit. It's about policy and behavior influencing sustainable consumption. That's the theme for the session. And what we were required to do is link our research. At least I was given this by Sunil, to link my research to the research topic to the theme. And my research topic happens to be medicine plants and livelihoods and institutional approach, right? So it actually sits in very squarely with the theme for the session, which is policy and behavior, which is nothing but institutions, right? So, but to put it all together and show the linkage and to describe everything within 5 to 6 minutes requires a high degree of scholarly aptitude, where I'm singularly lacking. So, but I will try to bring it all together and try to bring my point of view to the table here. So basically, when we talk of medicinal plants, I'll just share a few statistics, since my research is on medicinal plants and we are talking of climate change mitigation and sustainable consumption and adaptation. So medicinal plants, there were 2 studies which were conducted. One was in 2004-5, and there was another study after a 10-year gap, 14-15, in the about demand and supply of medicinal plants in the country, which also took into account the import-export, not only the local consumption, but also export-import. So if you look at the figures, in 2004-5, the total consumption was about 3 lakh metric tons. And within the 10 years, it went to, not much, it increased by only 2 lakh metric, it went up to 5 lakh metric tons. But the income from it, the financials of it is, in 2005-6, it was of the order of 1,000 crores. And in 14-15, it went up to 7,000 crores. So even though the production, the consumption rather, it's mainly based on, it's a consumer's market, it's not, the production is always lagging. So the consumption increased only by less than 30%, but the revenues increased by, the trade value increased by more than 7 times. So that alone shows you the potential that medicinal plants have in meeting people's livelihood requirements, especially in the context of climate change. Because climate change, as we all know, is going to disrupt agricultural systems, it's going to disrupt livelihoods, it's going to have all these impacts. So by looking at medicinal plants and how these livelihoods can be sustained, but there are several issues there. One is, of course, the governance systems in the country, which speaker after speaker have spoken about. The policy framework that we have, and the kind of policy framework that we have for medicinal plants today. It's like all the acts. When I was looking at the policy framework, it's almost every act in the country impinges directly or indirectly on this, the trade or the cultivation or the growing or the transit of the produce. All this is impacted by many, not only national laws and conventions and regulations, but also international rules, laws and regulations, whether it is CBD, whether it is traffic, whether it is IUCN, red listed categories, and so many other things. So all this put together impacts medicinal plants. And the other point to remember is that the livelihoods, the dependent communities on medicinal plants are the forest fringe dwellers, which are the poorest of the poor in the country. And they are not even settled agriculturalists. They are mainly gatherers who go into the nearby forest areas and take away whatever they can or whatever they are used to taking out. Now with climate change, species are changing, and I'll just give you 2 examples. One is in our own Karnataka forest areas. If you go to the drier parts of the Western Ghats, you see that the species composition is changing from erstwhile, where we used to find rosewood. At least in parts, we used to find rosewood, we used to find species like jackfruit, we used to find species like, it's known as hulimau. Basically, it is a kind of a mango which is found in the wild. Now it is being replaced by certain other species, which are basically, now you all know that plants are also indicators of several things. Plants are also indicators of climate change. So we find that it is being replaced. Some of these high value species are getting replaced by drier species like Anogeissus latifolia, and all this data is available. Fortunately, in India, we have this working plan history where working plans document the species which existed right from I think the first working plan was written sometimes in 1860, which was of course mainly exploitative in nature, but later on, but it gives a good, they give a good time series data of the species which existed and what they are today. So you have these indicator species, and then even though this indicator species may have, so this cross-sectional approach, which is the overall theme of the work, this two-day workshop, this cross-sectional approach really needs to be adopted here, because these, and another example I'll give before I come to the cross-sectional approach is that of the Uttarakhand
Ma'am,
Himalayan areas. Yeah.
it'll be nice if you can conclude within 1 minute, because
Okay.
we're exceeding time.
All right, all right. So I'll just conclude in that case. So you have, for example, you have chewed pines which grew at lower altitudes. Now you have it growing up to even 2,000 meters in the Himalayas, and which is replacing the oak forests and the rhododendron forests and various other species which were used by the locals for their livelihoods. So, but these lessons need to be transposed from the areas where these species grew once and now are likely to grow in some other places. So there has to be an exchange of knowledge on how to use the new resources which are coming in, and unlearning of those by those communities which were formerly dependent on these resources. So this whole basket, this whole thing, actually, that's what I wanted to bring to the notice of everybody, frankly. And a lot of policy interventions are required. Several of agriculture related, whether we talk of value chain, when we talk of cold storage spaces, and bringing the policy framework together to market this produce, whether it is by e-Chopal or whatever, MSP, there are a whole plethora of rules and regulations which need to be adapted or adopted or changed slightly to fit the new paradigm of medicinal plants. So I'll end there, and I hope I made a little bit of sense to people here. Thank you so much for giving me this chance, Sunil and Isaac. And thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'd like to invite Dr. Sanjeev Srivastava now. He's a senior lecturer at Sunshine Coast, Queensland, Australia University. And he's an expert in the geographical information system and remote sensing techniques. And I think he has worked in many different areas, and one of the eminent expert within that domain. Welcome, sir. Please come forward.
Thanks to Dr. Goswami for the introduction, and thanks Professor Sunil Nautiyal for inviting me to this conference and giving me opportunity to make some point. Now, I'm more of a geospatial person, so I'm going to talk more about geospatial thing for policy and behavior influencing sustainable consumption. Now, being a geospatial expert, I feel that for judicious policy and behavior to influence sustainable consumption, it is very important to integrate geospatial information and Earth observation data with other diverse data set, such as environmental data, socioeconomic data, and all other statistical information. Now, this must be coupled with some other new stream of data, which include mobility data plus sensor network, because this is the only way to get unique input to government in their policy preparation and for monitoring and evaluation. Now, one of the quote, I will quote, give one quote from scientist Albert Einstein, which says that if you want to know your future, then you should be looking into past. Now, again, from geospatial perspective, with today's technology, it is very easy to dig into past information. Like we have got access to archive of past repository of information in the form of remote sensing images, many of the spy satellite images which has been collected, especially during the Second World War and also during the Cold War era, they're all now declassified. and they provide huge repository of information. Now, all this information are being integrated with current geospatial information, and that is also providing a lot of insight into many issues. Also, with today's technological development, it is very easy to convert any textual information which has got some geographic reference into geographic information, which can then be integrated with current information. Now, in addition to that, like you'll find a lot of example where some of the classic text, some of the classic maps, even some of the classic text like Mahabharata, Ramayana, they are being dig out for all the geographic information, and people are creating very beautiful map, which is giving us very good insight into what is happening in today's time. Now, in addition to that, the other thing which is influencing all the sector is the big data, because we are living in the era of massive information. Now, according to an estimate back in 2015, we have created in last 2 years, so it was in 2015, in last 2 years, we have created more information than what existed before that time since the start of human civilization. So you can imagine how much information we are creating. And definitely this massive information has led to evolution of new data analytical tools, and they are digging out a lot of information. Now, again, when we are collecting more and more information, we need to have some good analytical tools. And again, it is influencing many data collection methods. Like one example is having onboard processing system on the satellite sensors, where we are not just collecting the images, but also we are trying to extract some information which can be provided to policymakers in the near real time. Like for example, in Australia, fire is a big issue. And we have got heaps of information about fuel accumulation, which accumulates over several years. Now, when this information is combined with low soil moisture, low humidity, and plus some other flammable condition, then it gives us a very good information about any fire danger. Now, similarly, if you look into medical science, already we are having some equipment where they're doing processing right within the equipment, which not only give you an ultrasound or other similar image, but also give some instant diagnosis. Now, in this era, when we are having a lot of smartphone devices and we take photographs which are organized according to our face recognition, so all these things are happening in our smart devices. But what has to happen, this has to be applied throughout all the sectors, including policy making. So this is my view. And thanks again for inviting me to put my views.
Thank you so much, Dr. Srivastava. I think it's really important to integrate data into the policymaking system and fit into the entire system for the future. Thank you so much. I'd like to invite Dr. Shalini right now. She is a senior scientist at NIRI, Nagpur, and she is a specialist in the field of ecology, biodiversity, restoration, and biomonitoring and NBS. Over to you, Dr. Shalini.
Thank you, Dr. Pranjal, for inviting me for I think I have 2 or 3 minutes. I thank Dr. Sunil, Professor Sunil, for inviting me, for sharing my views. And because this session is more about policy and behavior that influences sustainable consumption patterns, so my experience where I would like to share are from, as a lead author of IPBES, that stands for Intergovernmental Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, where we are discussing a lot on how policy, there needs to be a shift in how the current policies are to ensure that there is a sustainable use of wild species. So when I say sustainable use of wild species, that's not only limited to gathering practices, where my previous speakers have already mentioned about medicinal plants and aromatic plants. Indeed, a lot of poor people are involved and a lot of marginalized communities are involved in collection of wild species, but it also includes hunting of wild species, because trafficking is indeed one of the ways unsustainable and ruthless exploitation of natural resources are happening. Third important area is timber harvesting. That's again a practice that results to unsustainable practices. So with reference to the biological information, one of the lacking areas in terms of policy that we have observed in last 4 years, having coding a lot of hundreds of case studies across the world, is that has emerged is lack of interactive governance. We have different legal instruments to actually discuss these issues, but most of the times these legal policies, these legal instruments don't consider right-based approaches or indigenous and local communities and their knowledge systems. So this becomes one of the reasons why the policies are very nicely written. Like in India, we have some of the best written policies and instruments, but unfortunately, they are not enforced or not being able to enforce appropriately. Now here, I would like to share example of Forest Rights Act that could have been a very good tool to actually acknowledge the rights of people that have been ignored for millennia. But unfortunately, many states, including some of the states that have some of the highest cover of forest, with having a large number of indigenous and local communities, they have not acknowledged. So this becomes one of the barriers and limitations, how there is no shift in behavioral changes for sustainable consumption. Now, when I talk about policy, there are three important areas how policies can be successful, how our efforts can be successful. So the first important way is we have to ensure the social aspects of harvesting or any kind of sustainable use of wild species. So if societies, their poverty, their backwardness, this all is addressed. I think this becomes a very important tool how you can ensure the ecological safety of species. And in this way, I think economical security can also be achieved. But most of these three aspects, ecological, economic, and social, and security have never been dealt together. It has been, there has been one government policy that is dealing with social aspect. There is something that is dealing with wildlife and ecological. So convergence is something that has been missing in all these areas. So I think these are some of the important things that I would like to highlight. Again, when I talk about ILK and indigenous and local communities, the most important thing is, even in India, you talk about states, most of these one panchayats, like in Uttarakhand, many indigenous communities in Northeast and Eastern Himalayas, Central India are still taking care of these forests and the natural resources. And most of these practices are more or less sustainable if we clearly see the evidences published. But what has happened, these communities, these women inside the forest, they don't have the rights, they don't have decision-making rights. So once you take away the rights, but you give them the responsibility. So what is the key to ensure that their social aspects are, so unless we secure their social rights, unless we ensure that sustainability is unbiased way to, and ensure there is no, there is appropriate justice when you talk about these topics, unless these are addressed, I'm sure this will be a major debatable topic to discuss about how we can bring behavioral shift in sustainable use and sustainable consumption. Sustainable use for whom and by whom? This is one of the most important things that we need to really discuss and ponder upon. So with this, I think this is enough that have been allocated, and I hope I contributed something to this ongoing discussion. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shalini. I think it is important to, that policy convergence to manage environmental, kind of combining environmental management and social management in that way. Thank you so much. Now I'd like to invite Radhika. She's a young global sustainability leader, and she's one of the person who got Atlas Corps Fellowship. And I know her, and she also worked with the private sector. I think she was with Dr. Reddy's Lab at one point of time. Welcome, Radhika, and the stage is yours for next 3-4 minutes.
Hi, thank you, Pranjal, and thank you, Dr. Nautiyal, for inviting me for this very, very pertinent issue, I would say. And I will not take much time, but I'll just leave quick pointers which involved my work. And thanks, Shalini, for raising the issue of the forest rights, because I worked on the Commons Collaborative project and analyzed the resource systems. I'm a systems thinking practitioner, and I think the work of climate change and human systems are conjoined. We are talking from the convergence point of view. And all climate change emissions, as humans, it's our responsibility because it's anthropogenic. Or 10% of the global population, only 10% of the global population is responsible for the more than half of the emissions that the world is generating. And that's really huge, because if you look at the work done by Project Drawdown, and I'll encourage everyone to look at the work, and they have very interestingly come up with key solutions, sector-based solutions, the systems grid. The work is primarily on the human actions, like what is in our control is something we can reduce. And consumption of plant-based diets, one of the speakers were speaking on, the apprehensions that, remove the meat and so on. And my thesis was on perceiving the cultural essence of, food. The idea is not just completely eliminating meat or, just stating that just don't consume dairy or meat and so on. The idea is to bring alternatives, alternative positive diets, because if you look at the statistics, collectively, we can avoid 64.8 to approximately 91.5 gigatons of CO2 emissions solely by dietary change. So if 50 to 75% of the world's population can reduce meat, which has been established, you have the potential to reduce 43.6 or to 68 gigatons. And that also leads, because it's a systems approach, the avoidance of approximately 23 gigatons of emissions, avoid deforestation, ensures health and well-being, and so on. The second aspect many of us have overlooked or maybe have emphasized upon is the avoidance of food wastage, which accounts to 8% of the global emissions. So another 50 to 75% of food waste, if it is reduced by 2050, the world collectively can avoid around 18.8 gigatons of CO2 emissions. These are practices which are there in our hands. Sustainable fashion. Somebody is talking about restoration of tropical forests, and I heard the Amazon example also. And we all know in India, and I think some of us are coming from the northeastern part of India also, that if you grow bamboo, you will have the ability to bring sustainable livelihoods. You promote the well-being of indigenous communities, and you collectively reduce emissions, or the CO2 is sequestered. Even with energy models, which energy models are we supposed to look at? The onshore wind energy has the highest impact. So the policy directives or the mechanisms have to work over there. What I'm trying to state is that instead of being very, very generic, the world is asking for specific solutions. What are your critical areas, number one, where highest emissions are being generated, and the policy mechanisms have to be turned around that. As a millennial and as a woman where we don't have voices in climate change, the work that I did, which is now even coming up with the CGIAR research model, is on multi-actor platforms, where the voices of the women and the girls have to come in the climate change solutions, because you're actually, removing them, their voices from the whole debate. And that also, by the way, Project Drawdown also has calculated that if you remove their voices, how much emissions is coming out. These are new kinds of work, because the world is coming up with new kinds of challenges. And one aspect I really wanted to leave your thought, because I have less time. We quote Gandhi a lot in all the conferences. Please, I'm very humbly saying that, but he was a sustainability practitioner. Khadi was an epitome of sustainable fashion. He gave us that. The village and the cottage industries, we all know, is the work for the indigenous communities. The third was he was a vegan. The first work he did was on sustainable consumption. So we really need to relook at our traditions. Are we reusing the fashion? Are we cooking? Are we reusing the cooking methods? And let's not pinpoint the work to be done only in rural communities. We really need to educate the urban literate now through carbon literacy programs. None of us even know what CO2 emissions are. So those are the thoughts, individual collective action with policy. And India really needs to see a policy like the Green Deal. We haven't seen that. Only plastic is coming as SUP and so on, and it has its own repercussions. So I'm just leaving those thoughts, and I'm from the community itself, that we really need to work on specific solutions rather than being generic, because it will help us to prove actions, that policy to action implementation much better. Thank you.
Thank you, Radhika. You certainly raised some very important points, and also, yeah, the importance of looking into the gender perspective in all the climate debates and looking into the alternate pathways for food and nutrition. Thank you so much for your time. I'd like to introduce Dr. M. Balasubramaniam. Dr. Balasubramaniam is an assistant professor with CNR, ISEC. He's a specialist in green accounting, natural resource, and environmental economics. I welcome Dr. Balasubramaniam.
Thank you, sir, for this nice and good opportunity. Then I also thank my colleague, Professor Sunil Notial, for giving me this opportunity express my view on sustainable consumption. I actually listened last 2 days in the seminar. Actually, different researcher and policymakers and academicians, they are contributing their excellent views on which we are facing at present in the country at the global level, the climate change. So I'm basically from I'm in economics background, working in environmental economics aspect, which I would like to talk here regarding the economic perspective. The consumer behavior choice. The consumer behavior theory mentioned that the consumer always seeks to maximize their welfare. This is actually a very basic, actually developed by neoclassical economics, the rational choice model. Which is very important, actually occupying in the country and the global level. So these things are bringing unsustainable consumption of resources. Actually, not only for the natural capital, even the human capital and human-made capital, which actually people at the global level, the UN and World Bank, they are talking about comprehensive wealth, actually, which is missing in all the nations. When people they are considering about the estimation of GDPs, how the ignoring of natural resources contribution to the economic picture. That is one thing. The second point, actually, what I would like to bring here, the already Professor Nainan, he raised a very excellent point. Inequality is one of the major concern at the global level. Especially in the Indian context, how the unsustainable consumption. If you see there, many researchers already they proved based on their research. For example, Thomas Piketty, he raised a very excellent point. Which country they have the more wealth and income, how they are consuming the resources in terms of three aspects, which is food and energy and transportation. So there is inequality between the developing countries and developed countries. That is one thing. We know very well last 1.5 decade, we are discussing about the inequality in the context of food consumption, as we know very well. The recent report by FAO and other the global footprint report recently 2018, they clearly mentioned about nearly 800 millions of the people around the world. They are not able to meet their basic needs, so they are sleeping with their hungry. So this is a one very important point. Which shows at the global level the inequality, especially in the food consumption. The second point, actually, nearly 600 million people at the global level, they are eating so much. Like already Professor Nainan, he mentioned the obesities. So one side is more consumption, one side is less consumption in the same society. This is for the global level. If you come to the local level, how within the countries, across the societies, the different communities and different group of income peoples, how they are consuming their food in terms of take up calories, we knows very well. So income and wealth is it's very important determinant factor in the context of the consumption. So, which is the second point I would like to mention here. So, another perspective, if we come to the environmental aspects, we know very well there is a lot of issues happening regarding the climate change. If we come to the economic point of view, the climate change, there is a positive relationship between economic and the GDP. I mean, the GDP and CO2 consumption, whether it's a per capita or the global, I mean, CO2 emission by developed countries and developing countries. Already we knows very well which countries they are producing more CO2 emissions, which country they are producing the less CO2 emission. There is another, I mean, the climate change inequality, who are highly affected. As we know very well, 25% of the population, the global population, they are living in the developing, I mean, developed countries. They are consuming 75% of the resources. If you see there, the vice versa, 75%.
Dr. Balasubramanian, if you can conclude, I think we are exceeding the time limit already.
Yeah. So I will conclude. So the 75% of the population living in the developing countries, they are consuming only the 25% of the resources at the global level. So these are the issues happening here. But the global, the governance, we have to regulate very properly, especially the climate change issue. The second things actually, which is raised by the IPAS, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, I mean, Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, nearly 1 million species already the extinct the level already we knows very well. So how we are going to I mean regenerate of all the resources. So another issue actually I would like to mention here, the overshoot of the resources, which yesterday Professor Sunil Notial he presented very well with good data. Some ecological footprint. You see there at the global level, if you go there, the overshoot, especially the demand of natural resources, especially biological resources. US, UK, Germany, and China, they are the highly consumed countries. At the same time, the biocapacities of regeneration of natural resources to the nature, it is very less. So the demand and supply is the imbalance. So finally, I would like to bring some of the policy issues actually which we are facing here. Some of the solution for the sustainable consumption. The community-based initiative for the social change. It is very important at the basic level. The another point, need a regulation, especially food, energy, and transportation for, I mean, sustainable consumption perspective. So another point, efficient use of resources. So who are using the resources? Who are, I mean, the short-term level or long-term level? That is need to study, need to understand whenever the local level policy decision making for the resource, I mean, consumption. Finally, redistribution of the income and wealth. It is one of the very important things which we are facing in developing countries like India. So redistribution is very, very important. So I'm stopped here. So if any further questions, we will discuss it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your perspective. Yeah, before handing over to the chairperson of this session, I just like to take 2 minutes about some of the things we discuss about. A lot of policies issue, a lot of issues related to challenges faced by the policymakers. But I think with the same lens, we need to look into some of the existing policy, how those policies are influencing consumer behavior. I think the previous empirical evidence suggests that transport, energy, and food are the 3 crucial areas where significant consumer behavior changes can make significant difference to the carbon footprint in that way. I think we need to look into some of the things like the solar roof panel, how those policies are changing the energy mix in India. Or we talk about BS6 engine fuel efficiency standard in that way. Or we can think about some of the things like the LED emission in India, which basically looking into the energy consumption at like electricity. There are so many other things happening with it. It's an evolving situation, energy landscape evolving. I think we need to highlight one thing that, how the research and data can influence the policymakers or positively influence the policymaker to appropriately design the policy guidance, which can really, promote low carbon economy or lifestyles. Thank you so much. I'm over to the chairperson for your concluding remarks.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Goswami.
Sorry, I think one more speaker is left.
Yes, one more speaker is left. Dr. Nidarsana Saikia.
Okay. Yeah. I think I don't know. Yes, Dr. Pranjal, like, can you just look into? I think probably like there is one speaker is left. Like, yes. Yeah. Yes. Yes, Dr. Saikia. Yeah. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Not a doctor, but yeah, I think we have all doctors and researchers over here, so I understand. So thank you so much for this opportunity. It looks like a great forum to share what we have been doing and what have been our experience like when it comes to consumer behavior. So I run something called the Bartan Company, and I'm based out of Hyderabad, and we have been running the Bartan Company since 2019. So when we started the Bartan Company, the basic premise was that we will help people, enable people produce less waste from events, because our thought was, why should events, celebrations contribute to waste? It should be all good things. It should be all good memories. So when we started Bartan Company, it was just a stock of with 30 sets of utensils donated by people is when we started it in a very humble way. Within a year from maybe 10 to 15 people events, we were doing events that had 1,000, 2,000, up to 3,000 people. Okay, so the fact that we could grow from a 30 utensils company, a voluntary organization, to a social enterprise, not just taking care of the reusables, but as and when we got an opportunity. So everything that came to us was from because of consumer demand. We did not do any outbound marketing. We did not do any promotion. People came looking for us. So we were not just doing utensils renting. We were doing on-site composting, where we came up with concepts like zero waste water stations, where we would prompt people to drink from the same glass of water the way people used to do it. But that model had to be changed now post pandemic. We were doing things like so typically when we conduct or enable an event, we help people reduce the overall waste that is generated from the event. And there we consult people at multiple levels. So the people who approach us, not just them who were on the same page as us, but people who participate in those events. So those kind of the guests, or the events like where we conduct low waste event in a marathon. So what we have noticed is, given an opportunity, people are open to taking low waste options or mindful options. So just because of the lack of opportunity, we have seen that people, when they share their experiences with us, when they come and say that, wow, we did not expect, this event will be a low waste event. We have never attended something like this. So I think it also depends on providing those options for people. So while policies are there, there are many policies around solid waste management, but how many policies have really helped people like us, or people with the right intent, to actually say something as basic as celebrating an event? That kind of options. I think if we have more options, more opportunities for people to embrace change. So the way the policies are percolate, they finally percolate down to the common man, okay, where individual action can happen. I think that is one thing that maybe the policymakers here can look at, how we can encourage that kind of change, and have individual action can result in collective action, which is something that we look at, like we conduct these events.
Thank you,
so much.
Sudarsana. Yeah, thank you, Sudarsana.
I'm sorry I missed to invite you into the panel. I'm extremely sorry for that.
That's perfectly fine. It is very good to, yeah.
So thank you to all the in a typical way of the sessions, as we say, who has said what. Like, I think this is not for the sessions for the same. Because here, what we have heard is that one word what I can hear is the way that our policy, the implementations and the impact it takes place, that needs to be changed. And that basically should be the recommendations. The way the policy is being done, especially in the context of the discussions, what we are doing today is the, it's basically it is in the context of the SDG 12, like, which talks about that the sustainable consumptions and production pattern. So even if you look at it to the SDG 12, which is linked again to the SDG 13, what we are talking about, that the climate change, they are talking about, like, it's a dynamic situations, because, and what you have heard, like what Dr. Sanjeev Srivastava talked about, that it should be a very the strong database. We have heard from basically that Radhika, that it should be system based, and the system what we are talking about is like, the climate change in the human system. The human system is again linked with the many other systems, like, and most of the stakeholders what we are here is mainly the discussions from the knowledge system, but a knowledge system which is aligned to the livelihood system, and where most of the people, like as Radhika has already told that about
I think we have some technical issues with Dr. Datta. I think in the want of time, I just like to take over, and I like to thank all the panelists, all the invitees, all the participants here. I don't think we have enough time for question answer right now, but if we have any prominent question, please put it in the chat, and we'll try to answer it in the report making. And I'd like to hand over to the host.
yeah, can you hear me? Yeah.
Okay. Thank.
So what we hear from this session itself as a recommendations, basically what it should go, because I think that's the main the purpose, that first of all, like the any type of that's the climate change related, the policy which will impact that really on the on the field, it should be a like there should be an integrated the resilience, the community resilience should be the one. The other should be that there should be a new way of policy making, where the science, the implementations, the real practitioners, they interact with the policy makers in a very dynamic way, because in today's world there is a data infrastructure concept is there. Dr. Sanjeev Srivastava, like what you talk about, that spatial data infrastructure is in way. So those things, those tools should be included as a part of this type of an the very dynamic way of the policy making and implementation, because policy making cannot be a like one time activities and then you go on implementing, especially in the context of the issue what we are discussing about. So I think like that is the way, and more the sustainability is that what we have heard, that sustainability is already existing in the livelihood system of the son of the soils, like the daughter of the soils, who are the real the inhabitants. We have to learn from them. This learning cannot be in a one way that we will teach them. No, we have to learn from them, and then only I think that we can bring a the real type of sustainability, whether it is policy making, whether it is implementing, or whether it is the sustainable the consumption and production systems what we're talking about. I think with these things, I think that this sessions has brought this points in bits and pieces, but I think 3 and 4 important suggestions which we can give from the ISAC from this point of view, because what Dr. Nautiyal told, that this will go to Ministry of Environment, Forest and CC, and ultimately as a like to the COP26. So let us give this is a descriptions for a policy making of a new world where the people's voice make the the driver for any type of policy making and policy change. Thank you very much.
Sir, thank you so very much for chairing this session and providing so many thought-provoking ideas to all of us to be implemented in our research, to be injected in our research framework. I appreciate your suggestions that yes, what should be the learning when we are talking about science and societal development and sustainability. There is enough scope for us to learn from the society who have been residing in a very confined landscape and following a very sustainable kind of lifestyle, ensuring their sustenance, livelihood, and on the other hand, also contributing for the ecosystem conservation and sustainability. This is a kind of forward and backward linkages has to be established, and you are holding a very, very important portfolio of government of India, and lot of learning is there from you for all of us. And this what you have stated during your initial remarks and during your concluding remarks. This is all from your experiences working with the institutions in the field. So thank you so very much, sir, for your thought-provoking ideas, and we are truly enriched in this session from your viewpoint and from the viewpoint of our eminent panelists. I thank them, all of them, for making such a critical remarks for us to do the research in this contemporary world. And truly, I feel that the message of the session is that we need to get ourselves engaged, not in the disciplinary research, but we need to broaden our horizon to do transdisciplinary and interdisciplinary research, and definitely to mix ourselves with the society. I think we are lagging, and we need to do that. You know, unlike other countries in Europe, they are doing this, and this has in our blood since antiquity, but we left it, and now we are doing very different. We are following very different kind of approach. So this is the message from the session. Dr. Yadav, Dr. Nainan, Ms. Negi, Salini Jani, Sanjeev Srivastava, Radhika Ralan, my friend Dr. Balasubramanian, and Nidarsana Sekia. Thank you so very much. And moderator of the session, Dr. Pranjal Jyoti Goswami, thank you so very much for moderating the session very effectively. And thank you so very much. And I will not take much time in summarizing the deliberations of 2 days seminar. I will not take more than 5 minutes, believe me. This will be very, very precise. And GIZ Delhi, Meghna Kshirsagar, Asif, and all are with us here. And I, on behalf of GIZ, on behalf of ISEC, and on behalf of IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Mumbai, once again would like to extend very, very sincere thanks to the galaxy of scholars who have contributed a lot in these 2-day deliberation conducted by ISEC through virtual platform. Thank you so very much. I am really delighted that there is a lot of respect for academics, despite of the busy schedule of all the luminaries, academicians. Everyone has accepted our request to be the part of these 2-day seminars. So thank you so very much. I would just say very briefly, if as I mentioned before, I will not take more than 5 minutes. So we had very wonderful inaugural session, which was attended by scholars like Professor M.B. Nadkarni Sahab, Dr. Ashish Chaturvedi, Dr. Nisa Mandiratta, Professor Andrea Burkett, and Dr. Sarinder Dwivedi. We have received very great insights, and their viewpoints has really set the tone of these 2-day international seminar. And in addition to this, we had gone to a very kind of non-conventional approach here. We have made a short, made a presentation on the studies which 3 institutions have conducted with support from GIZ New Delhi through animated videos. So message was very clearly given in the beginning of this seminar during the inaugural session. Then we have 3 technical sessions. Technical sessions were organized based on the studies conducted by IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Mumbai, and Institute for Social and Economic Change. IIT Mumbai has done enormous work, very grounded work on the trade-offs in water, energy, and food nexus, particularly in food basket of our country, that is Indo-Gangetic Plain. lot of insights were given, and basically the emphasis what IIT Mumbai has made the presentation, and then panelists have given their very fruitful remarks that what to be done further to strengthen the research, and then suggestions came that Dr. Datta has rightly pointed out, and that was the suggestion at the beginning. In fact, so thank you so much, Dr. Datta. Emphasis was on that how to involve, how to get involvement of the local organizations and communities. And there is a need also to follow a strong bottom-up approach when we are talking about the energy, water, and food net. We need to develop a very resilient kind of system. Basically, what Dr. Datta has pointed out, buyback model, co-benefit aspects, and backward and forward linkages are to be established. That was the suggestion, and that was also appreciated by the presenter from IIT Mumbai. Adaptation, mitigation, and communication, this is must, and this has to be looked upon. So that was the first technical sessions outcome. Second thing was on peri-urban agriculture. The study, in-depth study was undertaken by Indian Institute of Management. The scholars and professors are attending this webinar today. Also, they are partner of ISEC in organizing this event. And the work was on assessing the potential of peri-urban agriculture under changing climate. And unfortunately, the outcome of the research was not enough emphasis was given as far as India's peri-urban ecosystems are concerned, unlike emphasis is given in developed nations, North Europe and America. And this area is becoming kind of sandwich between urban and rural areas, and under a very vulnerable situation, getting grasped very quickly by the urban ecosystem. So how to strengthen that peri-urban ecosystem, and how to convert this peri-urban system as a very strong resource pool, which will have the ability to fulfill the requirements of urbanites, so that we can reduce our energy consumption, which we are making on transportation, purchasing the food from far away from the cities and all. So how this peri-urban should be developed, this resource pool. That was the discussion on this. And another point, very important point, which was discussed during this session was not only agriculture, but we need to look upon other variables of the ecosystems in peri-urban, and that is the field margin and urban forestry. These are the issues discussed in third technical session, which where the study was conducted by CNR, Institute for Social and Economic Change, on sustainable consumption pathways and analysis of carbon footprint in households. The study has revealed that 2% of Indian households are contributing more 7 to 10 times more than the average household is emitting to the Earth's atmosphere. And how to restrict the emission from such rich households in our country, that needs to be looked upon. One important thing in this session, which has come out from the researcher, I must say he is a researcher, Dr. Datta has rightly pointed out, we need to understand the traditional ecological knowledge of the society and how to inject that knowledge to our research framework. And in keeping this in view, sir, we have invited Mr. Vijay Dardhari, founder father of Beej Bajao Andolan, and he has rightly pointed out how easy to blame the people in rural landscapes in the name of that they are burning the biomass to fulfill their domestic energy requirements. And the blame is on them. They are the basically culprit. Blame. This is the blame to reducing our forest cover. This is untrue. And he has given enormous example that even if the societies are consuming biomass, because that is inevitable, and they have to do this to fill their stomach. But in other way around, they are contributing a lot in conserving the ecosystem, and that has to be looked into. And another point he has rightly pointed out, and I appreciate, he has said that there should be provision for oxygen, royalty for oxygen, particularly the society living in the matrix of the forest, and then talk about the household carbon footprint. Another point of this study was there is a gap between the households which are having less income as compared to the rich households. Households which are having less income, less than 5 lakhs, and there are 3 categories in this. The emission level is ranging between 5 to 14%. Household is earning less than 1 lakh per year is emitting less than 14% from the household is emitting 3 lakhs. But when we are going to the upper class, there is a huge difference. A house, particularly, we have found that a household which is earning more than 10 lakhs in a year, and another household which is earning 20 lakhs. So 20 lakhs, the household which is earning 20 lakhs in a year, emitting 40% more than the household which is earning 10 lakhs. So, there is a competition. This society is competing for extracting and the resources, and particularly I must tell there is a resource competition between these groups of the people, and this need to be looked into. And in this session, Dr. Devendra Pandey, head of the Forest for Government of India, he's rightly pointed out that political will is required. This cannot be handled by anyone else but except our politicians. So this was the gist of the third technical session. Based on these three studies, today's seminar was all sessions were designed, and then we have three thematic presentations. Three thematic presentations were on number one on energy and water footprint, and chaired by Dr. Indubhuti, and we have very renowned panelists into this session. And there was basically the discussion on what need to be learned from each other. So just all emphasis was given that we need to do something very effectively for efficient and lesser energy consumption mechanism, manifold demand and supply function. This need to be looked into proper perspective. Research and development, product efficiency, all those things are, and political economy. I think this need to be looked. This session has discussed this, and then we move to the second thematic session of today, food and sustainable production system, chaired by Professor P.V. Chengappa, and scholars were from Australia and India, and they have given very great ideas that what to be done. Food and sustainable production system basically linked with the system rise intensification, climate-prone disaster. Labor market also brought into the discussion, and farm product produce markets and social adaptation. That was the main crux of this discussion. And climate stress and biotic stress. These two things are to be given more emphasis. And important thing which has come, important aspect which has come out from the WWF, and Dr. Bisej has pointed out, when we are talking about the sustainable production system, without conserving our biological resources, without looking into the sustainable flow of ecosystem services, sustainable production system cannot be achieved, and we need to look into that aspect. Last session was on the very topical issue, policy and behavior influencing sustainable consumption, and I must not repeat what our chairperson of the session, Dr. Devabrata Sahab, has rightly pointed out. Very grounded observations he has shared with us during his presentation in the beginning and at the end, and he had also given a very summarized view on the three renowned scholars who have made the presentation, Dr. Yadav Yuprati, Professor K.N. Nainan, Meenakshi Negi, and have in this session the scholars like Dr. Bala Subramanian, renowned scholars in the field of environmental economics, who is effectively working on the strong and deep sustainability, who is working on the green GDP in our country, is one among a few who has effectively worked on this aspect, valued the services from many of the ecosystems of our country in order to provide a very good support system to the society living in such areas of our country. And these research perspectives were well discussed in Indian Parliament as well. We have Radhika Ralhan and Jeev Srivastava and all. So very fruitful discussion. I will not repeat the findings and outcomes of this session because our chairperson, Dr. Datta, has summarized this very meticulously, and we have enough to thought, enough ideas to thought for further to be taken into the further research. So this was the gist of the 2 days deliberations organized by CNR ISEC. And once again, thank you so very much, everyone, for your very effective and timely participation. And we are truly, truly honored, and we are grateful to all of you for your contribution to the seminar.
Thank you, Dr. Sunil, for inviting, and thank you all. Yeah, bye.
Thank you. So with your permission, we close the seminar.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. If someone would like to have hello, hi with us, they are most welcome. We can. This is not part of seminar, but just. And I could see the director, Giri, I could see the director of Giri Institute, young director, sitting in front of us, Professor Pramod Kumarji. Thank you so very much.
Great conference, Sunil. Did really very well. So much time devoted and so fruitful workshop. Very good. Keep it
Thank
up.
you so very much, sir. Thank you so very
Thank you, sir, for your excellent contribution to the event.
Good, Bala. Carry on.
Thank you, sir.
Great,
Thank you.
great.
Thank you.
We'll collaborate with Giri also something.
Yeah, sure, sir.
We will be happy to collaborate, and my friend Dr. Bala, who is working on very topical and timely issues which no one else and very less scholars are engaged into such kind of work. He is one of the pioneer researchers, and he will be happy, and he along with him, I will be very happy to have our collaboration with the Giri Institute. Definitely.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have dinner together evening.
Sure,
Oh,
sure.
Online dinner.
Okay, thank
Any
you.
other point, Mridalini Goswami, you want to say something? You are most welcome. So any other observation from the participants, we will be very happy to have.
Bye-bye.
Dr. Imran, you want to say something?